Okay. I think it worked. We'll find out. Who knows? Everything's going crazy. Okay, so I'm gonna put some music on then, hopefully, and we'll get into a little recap and then into the next thing. So I'm gonna go back to this one. This one seemed good. Maybe. Can we hear it all right? It's obviously getting louder as it starts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm assuming we need a little recap. Well, less need, more so want. I feel like there was a lot of stuff that happened in the first session. So, first of all, we started with a little introduction into the system of planes and where Yoon as a planet sits within them. We talked a little bit about how we're starting in the kingdom of Diremount, on the northern reaches of the world, I guess you could say. And how we're starting in the capital city, the crown capital of Zurhem. From there we started with Gore, who was walking through the city, kind of taking in the sights and also making his way to the crown center to hopefully get some questions answered about this thing that he was looking for. I don't know. Getting there, he ran into...
Cabochon.
Yeah. He figured out what it was.
He did. He's the last one, too.
He made it up to the very castle-y looking castle, the Diremount Castle, of course, and over to the Sarosanct Annex, where another very tall, strange-looking man was arguing with a very short woman, who was not having any of his bullshit, and was chewing bubblegum and popping it in his face. Or I guess, in his face's direction. As she was sitting behind a desk and not giving a fuck whatsoever. That then, of course, brought in Dodie, who was the person that they were both looking for, apparently, and attempted to answer some of their questions before, of course, getting interrupted with more bureaucratic shenanigans, I guess. Dodie, you went to go pick up your mail and actually had something important in your mail? Of somebody actually wanting your opinion on something. Which was crazy. Wow. That never happens. So of course you had to deal with that, which led you to find out some information on a Arch-Tenem scholar, Francel Merrix, who seemed all over the place, but very, very, very much wanted your opinion on this artifact that had been discovered recently. Of course, this sent you guys all over town, basically, back and forth, before you finally met up with this guy, who seemed quite anxious, as after you guys had gone to the archives and fought in Goo, he seemed to think that he was being followed in trying to come meet with you, which led him to talk about the artifact a little bit and then scurry off. So who knows what happened there?
Brought off, one might even say.
Yeah, considering his tiny pony legs. Oh, Francel Merrix, pony man extraordinaire. But he promised to meet up with the three of you again in the morning to explain more, but the darkened atmosphere of the taverns that you were kind of interacting with were kind of freaking him out because he couldn't really see everybody that was around him, and something might have been in the shadows. But he scurried off, trotted off, jaunted off, and the three of you split up for the night after, of course, being approached by a strange bard who who introduced himself as Ziggs, except to Erithar, who may only call him Zachariah, who talked cryptically about a local folk tale that had been gaining more and more popularity, the Lord of Mirrors. But nonetheless, the three of you split up. Erithar going to his room, Gore going across the street to find a room at the actual inn that is there, and Dodie going back to her flat to tie herself to the bed and have a really weird dream. But I believe that brings us to today. So, where am I? There I am. So, it is the next day. Dodie, you have been awake for a little bit, dozing in and out of sleep, as it is hard to maintain unconsciousness when the threat of everything that you see is ever present. The dawn begins, though, and the warm light begins to filter in through the curtains underneath the thick drawn drapes of your flat, kind of beginning to peek over the piles and piles of stuff and things and mess that is everywhere. But you'll get around to it one day. It's fine. It's quiet when the city isn't fully awake. You can hear the beginnings of the people who need to get up the earliest starting to move. The lamps outside have been extinguished. The bakers, of course, have been up for hours. And the people just now beginning to move about the city are beginning to create a little bit of a commotion outside, but nothing you aren't expecting. As well, you can hear your neighbor starting to get about because they're always so loud, and it's just... But that's kind of apartment life. But you begin to get up for the morning. Erithar... sorry.
Oh.
I was just going to say...
As soon as she gets up,
Yeah.
she'll scribble down in her dream journal.
Mm-hmm, of course. My dream journal!
Your letter sent him to the principal's office and have him expelled!
Of course.
It's just important.
She undoes her hands, wiggles out from underneath her restraints, and just frantically scribbles. Erithar, it is still pitch black in your room when you wake up, because you have the one tiny sliver of window covered, and there is no other window in your room. But you wake up and you can hear Crank Noodles downstairs clanging pots together or something. He's probably making noodles again, if you had to hazard a guess. That's all he does ever. But you can hear him swearing to himself as he knocks over something down below you. Gore, I'm assuming that you got a room over at the Diner's Gold Inn.
Oh, yeah.
Did you, just for my curiosity, did you stay up and have a few drinks, or did you go straight to bed?
He probably stayed up, maybe had a few drinks. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say so.
The inn itself, though last night it had been incredibly crowded, you can see now that in the morning it seems to have more of a local crowd. You can hear downstairs some people are beginning to move about. It sounds like breakfast is being served. You don't really have a headache, but as you wake up, you definitely you definitely feel the ale and the different drinks that you had last night, but nothing that you aren't used to. You definitely wake up in a more normal sense than I think your two companions, though you don't know that. you can hear, of course, the people gathering downstairs and the light coming through the window, through the drapes. As the room that you're in is actually quite nice. The bed is too small, but every bed is. So
Yeah. It's a common theme.
So you kind of wake up and see your feet hanging off the bed. You're just kind of starfished out there. But as in beds go, it's not the worst one. So you win some, you lose some.
Yeah. I'll say after he gets up, he does his morning routine.
Mhm.
And then he will actually go into his it would be a rucksack, and gets out wrap and actually wraps like his forearm down to his fists
Mhm.
and like wrap.
Okay. Yeah, you take a minute to kind of go through this little step-by-step, almost morning ritual, going about preparing yourself for anything that the day might bring. I mean, especially considering yesterday you fought goo.
Yeah, and then there were steps that went nowhere out of a puddle.
Yeah.
So that's great.
Not the best thing to see right before you go to bed.
Yeah.
But so, is there anything that anybody would like to do this morning, or anybody that would like to go first now that everybody has awoken?
I'll just say that Dodie scribbles in her dream journal, makes a note like, "Dear diary, it happened again." Gets up, makes herself a ridiculously strong, stupid sweet cup of coffee.
Absolutely.
Like more sugar than coffee. Grabs her, her bag, her giant great axe, and heads to the office for the day.
Can you make a perception check as you do?
God damn it.
Gotta keep you on your toes.
17?
Okay.
No, sorry, 19.
19. Leaving your building, passing by some of the other employees of the Crown and of the archives and different things, also beginning to make their way towards the Crown Center. As you kind of leave your building and you're thinking about everything that happened the day before, you're kind of waking up from your sugar and coffee in that order. You notice what's almost like sand is scattered a little bit out in some of, like, near the drains outside your apartment. Looks like sand.
Great. Does it look like the sand that was in the hourglass yesterday?
Not as reflective.
Okay, interesting. But the one in the bottom of the drawer?
Closer to that, yeah.
Okay, great. Party.
But you begin to make your way towards the Crown Center, finally walking up through the gates and into the front entry near the atrium. You can see that people are beginning to gather there this morning, as that tends to be where people are sent to gather before meetings, as it is the prettiest part of the castle. Well, at least the public part of the castle. But you make your way through the Crown offices, kind of keeping an eye out, again, for anybody that might be familiar, or also might be intriguing to see after last night. But you don't see anybody that strikes interest, and you make your way back to the back door, and then out into the quote-unquote courtyard, and then over into the annex. It's more of a path than anything, but, it's there. You don't have to walk through the grass, so that's nice. And you make your way into the annex. You can see that you are the first one there this morning, as it is still pretty early, and Jen doesn't normally come in until, like, a decent morning time. But you make your way over to your office and start getting your things together for the day.
When she gets into the office, she makes a dated note transcribing out of the dream journal and puts it in the file cabinet.
Cool. Yep, you
Rolodex of horror.
Rolodex of horrors. You file it away. That particular stack growing a little bit larger than normal. But anybody else have anything they need to do before?
I will go downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a habit of waking up in a faint, mostly dark, and him reaching out and grabbing onto the floor and getting up so his head doesn't hit the ceiling, and just kind of, he's got it down by now.
Absolutely.
I assume Crank Noodle doesn't make coffee.
Not unless requested. Normally, on occasion, you have gotten up and found there to be a cup of coffee, or two, or three sitting out, but they also tend to have noodles in them, so you're not really sure what to do with that. Sometimes you just kind of pick them out because you're desperate for some coffee, and sometimes it's just like, nah. But there is a coffee pot that sometimes, if he's not paying attention, you can kind of make your own cup of coffee.
I'm gonna go downstairs. Is he preoccupied? And can I do so?
Yeah, you can see him through the opening into the kitchen. He is what looks like elbow deep into a ball of dough. And he has a glove on, but the glove is falling down and his fur is starting to stick to the dough, and he's having a horrible time.
So he's distracted enough so I can grab some regular coffee before I leave.
Absolutely. You do see that next to him, next to the ball of dough, he does have his cup of coffee there where you can see noodles poking out of the top.
I'll just get my own. I do that, and then after I do that, as I'm kind of walking out, I kind of wave at him, not really looking, just kind of waving as I walk out, and just go, I'll be gone for the day.
You hear him kind of groan like, going back to whatever he's doing.
And he's got his, obviously, like, his messenger bag on, and he's got probably not like a thermos. He's probably just grabbed like just a dish and filled it up, and so he's just carrying a dish in the street that he walks out into, and is kind of eyeing. He doesn't know, obviously, that Gore stayed in that end, but is probably looking through the windows, looking around for him just in case, but is also making his way towards Doty's office.
Yeah, I would say probably the thing that was closest to pour coffee into would be halfway between a cup and a bowl, and made out of some sort of dented metal.
Tracks.
Is your bowl made out of noodles?
Could hold noodles.
Noodle made bowl.
I mean, he cranks them out constantly. Yeah. So, Gore, do you...
Heyo.
Gore, are you getting up and leaving, or are you sitting down having breakfast? What's the plan for good old Gore this morning?
After his routine, he wraps his knuckles up, he goes out and immediately gets like the biggest, meatiest breakfast that they have at the tavern that they offer.
You see that that older halfling woman is down there again. She looks like she's just come in for her shift, and she sees you come down, and she just sets a piece of parchment in front of you that has 3 options for breakfast on it. One is basically just eggs and toast. One is what seems to be the vegetarian option, and then the third one is just a ham hock and some eggs, just fully.
Yeah, he points to that one. I want this.
That's what I was expecting. She rushes off. She comes back, honestly, way quicker than you expect, and sets the plate down. That is a big-ass ham hock. But you know what? That's exactly what you were looking for.
Yep.
Yes.
Just
Jody.
unhinges his...
Or unhinge his jaw and
Yep.
eat raw eggs like a snake.
Yes, he does.
So very important to me. Thank you for
Wonderful.
clarifying.
She also sets
That's
down.
how he eats all of his food.
She also sets down a glass of orange juice, but for her it is a glass. For you, it is more like a shot glass of orange juice. So you have a shot of orange juice if you would like it.
I think he's not gonna waste it if he paid for it.
It's nice orange juice. But she seems to be
He
rushing
like
off
unhinges this. Oh man.
to take care of the other patrons and stuff like that. She knows you're gonna devour this. It's fine. She'll just come back for the empty plate later.
Just brings the plate up and pours it into his unhinged jaw. Starts to pour beside.
But it is a nice breakfast.
Nice. I assume it was like a few copper.
Yeah. Wow. Again, I don't have my screen up.
Don't worry, he's just gonna leave a silver anyways.
Okay.
So
I'm not used to not having my screen. It had all my information on it. Fuck. We'll figure that out later. But Arithar, you, as you're walking, do not really see Gore outside. It's hard to see through the windows at this point in the morning as the glare off of the rising sun is kind of making it difficult, but you begin to make your way towards the annex. Gore, eventually you finish your breakfast, and I'm assuming just start making your way that way.
Yep.
Yep. Dodie, you're there for not too terribly long before you hear Jen come in and start to set her stuff down. You can always tell because her purse makes a lot of noise. And you can always hear it slam down onto her desk because you don't know exactly what she has in there, but it's gotta be a lot of stuff. There's gotta be a lot of stuff in there for it to be that heavy. But you always hear her come in and slowly start setting about her stuff. And she does walk back to your office. There's the word. Wow. At some point, and kind of knock a little bit. Hey. Good morning.
Good morning.
How's it going?
I had a very strange interaction last night.
Oh. What do you mean?
Do you remember those
strange?
two? Do you remember those two very tall men who were here?
Yeah, the annoying one and the beefy one.
Yeah, the annoying one and the beefy one. They might be back later today, so just beware.
Cool. They're kind of hard to miss.
Yeah. We went to this tavern to meet with someone, and I don't know, there was something in some kind of shadows. I really don't know. I just
Like a person?
like a creature of some sort.
Gross.
Yeah. Do you know? This is probably going for the long shot here. Do you ever hear anyone in the building ever talk about a Lord of Mirrors?
I think so. It's like a
What do you?
it's like a fairy tale, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I think I've heard people talk about it. Honestly, I think I've heard people talk about it more recently. But it's been
Mhm.
around for like a while, right?
Yeah, it's like an older myth of some sort, but like people have been talking about it more recently.
Yeah. Why do you ask?
I don't know. It was relevant. Came up.
I don't know. It's kind of freaky to me.
Cool.
Oh shit, do you think that's what the fucking shadows is about?
Maybe.
Fuck, that's so weird.
Can I make an insight check on? Yeah.
Sure.
I'm not making the same mistakes.
Well, you're fucking killing me.
I'm suspicious of everyone.
I would die for her.
That's a
Amazing.
17.
What are you looking for?
I don't know. Does she seem to be genuine? Does she seem to like know anything that she's not letting on?
She seems to be, she seems to not really know much about the topic. She does seem like she's heard about it, and maybe she knows some of the details, but she also doesn't really know what you're asking it for. But then she connected she was like, shit, maybe that's connected to that. Whoa, that's freaky. And she's fully just like, wow.
Okay, great, awesome. I don't trust you anymore.
Yeah, she's being genuine.
Shut up. Okay.
Wow. Crazy.
Yeah, so if either of those two come by, or if a short centaur man comes by, just let them in.
Okay. Is he hot?
Not really.
Damn.
He's up
Did
to the right
anything interesting happen to you after you left?
I just went and got plastered.
Where?
I went over to my friend Kelly's.
Oh,
She was having a birthday party for her dog.
what kind of dog is it?
I don't know, it's a little freaky looking thing. Honestly, I'm really surprised it's lasted this long. I think that's what the party was about.
How old is this dog?
I don't... It's like 14.
Well, that dog is almost as old as I am. Okay.
It's an old-ass dog. I don't know. Had a birthday hat on and everything. It was crazy. I honestly don't really remember most of it after that point because, like I said, I got plastered.
Good for you, bitch.
Hell yeah.
Right.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go do something, I guess. I don't know. Okay. And she just turns around and leaves.
Great.
It's not soon after that that Arathar makes his way up into the annex. Arathar, you walk in and see Jen sitting behind the desk with her feet propped up again, flipping through what seems to be maybe a newspaper. I don't know, but she's also folding part of it in what looks to be like a small crane. She's not even really reading it, so...
He's gonna walk up to the desk. Hello.
Hi.
Is Miss Lee in yet?
Yeah.
Is she seeing anybody right now, or is she still... It's quite early. Is she still getting ready for the
You
day?
can go
and
back
I just
there.
walk in?
I mean, her door's open, so...
He just kind of nods and walks over to the door. He doesn't know what to do with her. Even though the door is open, he's going to knock on it.
You can come in. Oh, hello.
A guest.
Child.
She wants to be a part of it.
Molly, roll performance.
Molly said, "This where I sit."
This my new place now.
Sorry.
You
I
will
didn't know what to do. I froze. Did you ask her a question?
Oh, no, he just knocks on the door.
Oh,
It's
come
me.
in. Come in, come in, come in. Sit down, sit down.
He walks and
Yes, he's...
looks. I don't think so. Is Mr. Gore not here yet?
Not yet.
No. Of course, of course. I didn't know how soon we could get moving. If this is something that's going to take all day, or if it will just, if you have other things you need to attend to beforehand.
Not really. My day's pretty wide open for whatever this is, so.
I would just like to speak with whoever is in possession of the item, specifically this Broderick character. Perhaps. I would like to have a word with him.
You said something last night about it being explosive.
Yes, bitches.
Okay.
He closes the door. Yes, potentially. Probably. Yes. And he's holding this not quite a bowl, not quite a cup that is metal and dented. Just takes another sip out of it. So I would like to inform whoever is in possession of said item to not do tests on it, and to just keep it in a safe place. I mean, it's not volatile or anything, but it could still, I just don't want it in the wrong hands, in any hands preferably, but apparently that's not up to me. And he kind of glares at the closed door and then takes another sip of the tea.
Well, we'll hop on over there. Hopefully there will be people and not just goop today. And, see what we can do about it. See what I can figure out.
Yes, because it never stops, does it?
Same soup, reheated.
A very mundane but accurate way of putting it, yes.
You guys sit for a little bit longer. Do you open the door back up, or do you just sit in a closed room in silence?
Probably opens the door back up. He just, when he sits down, he opens it back up.
Eventually, Gore, you make your way up towards the castle. At this point, kind of knowing where to go and just kind of walking through the castle and back towards the annex, which feels a little strange to do, but nobody seems to stop you, so you're just gonna kind of keep going with it. You pass through the Crown offices again as well, and out towards the annex, finally walking in where you can see Jen has finished a couple different newspaper cranes and kind of set them out, and is now has like almost like a paper football and is flicking them at the cranes to knock them off the desk. But she looks up as you walk in. Hi.
What's up?
You need to talk to her again?
Yeah, they in there?
Yeah.
Cool.
She
Just kinda
flips
walks
another
down
paper- another paper football.
Hey, those are cool, by the way.
Thanks.
Bucks past, it goes in the door.
Jen, Gore, Endgame.
Absolutely, yes!
He's so big, she's so little.
It's important.
Oh!
You make your way
And
back.
mine out of better.
You make your way back to Dodie's office, and you can see as you begin to enter that Dodie and Aerithar are just sitting there in silence.
Kind of opens the door and goes and takes a seat. What's up?
Good morning.
Out of curiosity, where did you go last night?
Right across the street to the inn.
Back where Ziggs was.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Made sure to get breakfast on the way out. You know, it is the most important meal of the day.
I don't think I've eaten breakfast in 15 years. 5 years.
You can tell.
Me?
I just need to eat more meat. I mean, it's full of protein. Like,
So now that we're all here,
They're
Should
all
we,
so awkward.
three tall autists walk into an office.
Arthur is now putting his empty cup into his messenger bag and is trying to figure out a place where it fits conveniently and closes it. It's silence.
Let's walk over. She gets up. She
Oh,
grabs
we're
her.
walking over now.
Yeah.
Court just gets up.
That's so great.
Colonel also gets up.
She grabs her bag. And she starts walking.
Cool. You begin to make your way out of the annex. You see that Jen has sufficiently knocked all of the newspaper cranes off of her desk and is now just kind of like... Are you guys leaving?
Just for gonna pop out and talk to the people in the old shit building.
Okay. Bye.
On the way out. Later, Jen.
See ya. She does not say anything to Arathar.
Yeah, he doesn't say anything to her.
You guys walk back out and make your way back over to the Crown offices. I am, I think, going to put this music on now because this one can stop. Maybe.
While you do that, I'm gonna get a drink.
Okay. I love Jen so much. Did you know that?
I don't
You know
trust
she's
her
my
yet.
everything.
You
Yeah.
said that last time and it fucked us.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, you guys begin to make your way.
You did.
Oh, did I freeze? No.
You did briefly. You're back now. You're
Okay.
fine.
Making your way back into the Crown offices, you guys round the corner near the walkway into the newest tower of the castle and down into the larger stretch of hallway. Back, Dodie, where you remember those couple of doors to be. As you begin to make your way down through this hall and past most of these offices, you do begin to hear what sounds like a large conversation.
Oh.
Sounds like multiple voices all starting to kind of almost begin to argue with each other further down the hallway. Most of the doors to the offices are closed as people are either working or aren't in their offices yet, but as you begin to approach further down the hallway, you do begin to hear more and more aggravated voices. Approaching the entrance to the atrium, you begin to see what is a large group of very weaselly-looking academics,
Yes.
all gathered around with what seems to be quite a few Crown employees as well as including a couple guards. And there seems to be a large kerfuffle happening between all of these people, arguing and nearly yelling at each other, though then hushing their voices because they know they are close to the atrium and their voices are beginning to echo. Are you listening in to this conversation as you approach?
Yeah.
Could I get, if anybody wants to give advantage or anything, could I get a perception check from somebody just to see exactly how much you guys hear?
Advantage, okay.
Thank you, Cheese.
Gore will roll his own.
Okay.
That's 19.
19? Okay.
Ouch.
And Gore, if you're looking for anything in particular as well, you can specify. Because Dodie, I'm assuming you're just listening to everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gore is probably just listening to like general stuff.
Okay.
General stuff. That is a 10.
10.
Ooh.
Cool. So Dodie, as you begin to lead these two men down back towards the atrium, out towards the front, and you see this group of academics beginning to argue, you kind of start to pick up on the conversation, obviously partway through. You hear one of the men with very short black hair with these tiny, tiny little glasses that have bits that flip down, but are currently flipped up, arguing back with another, being like, and whose job was it to fucking make sure that he didn't wander off somewhere? Because you know how he just fucking wanders. It's like, well, it's not my job, and it's not your job either. Somebody else should. Why is he even on this team? And somebody else joins in. It's like, he's the one that put the fucking team together. It's like, yeah, well, now he's wandered off with half of our shit that we're supposed to go into this meeting with. So I don't know what to do there. And you see another person start to pipe up, and it's like, yeah, I mean, maybe we could try to message him. And it's like, shut the fuck up. He walked off with the most important file that we fucking have. And now we don't even know where to fucking find him? Did anybody see him go back to the fucking room last night? And somebody else joins in. Maybe he's doing this on purpose, you know? I mean, he's never been kind of into this whole thing that we keep talking about. And then it's just like a lot of conversations happening between these people. And you're starting to pick up on the fact that someone is missing and somebody is in a lot of trouble. And this main character, this man with the short black hair, seems to be the one that is most aggravated. Obviously talking the loudest. You can see some of the Crown employees trying to settle them down a little bit, and the guards are kind of pushing in closer and closer and closer, obviously nosy into listening into the conversation, but also attempting to stand closer in case, for some reason, one of these nerds fucking pops a gasket. But you begin to approach this area. I don't know if there's anything in particular. Gore, you start to hear arguing, and then you look over and see one of the smaller, even more weaselly looking academics very, very discreetly eating a sandwich. Like he definitely missed breakfast and was supposed to just hurry up and get here, but he's taking this opportunity to just nibble away on a little sandwich that he had in his pocket.
Perfect.
As I approach, is Merrick's in the crowd? From what I can see.
Nope.
Great, awesome. Oh, that poor schmuck is in so much trouble.
360 under.
Both and. Awesome. Is it all Weasley academics, or do I recognize anybody, or am I just walking in on chaos?
You do see there are a couple Crown employees that look vaguely familiar to you, but as you kind of approach, they're taking up most of the entrance into the atrium where you would need to leave to get out the front, and so you're starting to debate, like, do we walk through them? Do we talk to them? Do we do anything about this? Or I don't really know if this is some. It's a whole thing. You see one of the academics with kind of like shoulder length, kind of strawberry blonde hair that is off towards the back of the group, look up and look over to the three of you, look back at the group, and then begin to approach you.
Oh boy.
If you just need to get by, you can just tell him to fuck off.
Is something the matter?
Always the matter. Wait, who are you?
My name's Dorothy. I'm the glass sage. I work here.
Last Sage. He looks back over to the group, steps like half a step closer to the three of you, and hushes his voice a little bit. Did Merrick's contact you?
Yes?
Fucking idiot. You don't happen to know where he went, do you?
Not exactly, but he said he was being followed by something.
Was he actually being followed by something, or was he being paranoid?
I need a second. I'm so sorry.
Yep.
Zoomin? Did I say zoomin?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, that's great. But to say vibin. Those were not the same letters.
Mm-mm. Oh, Merrick's. He's in so much trouble.
He's a viber, that Merrick's. He's a wild card.
Always vibing. Forever and always. Should I switch it over to the break screen, or do you think?
Okay, I'll be back.
2 more seconds. So sorry. Cat broke a candle and now there's glass on the carpet.
Do you want me to put the break screen on? Okay. Oh, kitty cats.
Wait.
The chaos they distribute.
Reek is the word I would use. So sorry.
Oh, you're good. They decided that you needed to pay attention to them.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, he asks if you had seen him recently, and then you said that he was being followed. So he kind of leans in. Was he actually being followed, or did he just think he was being followed?
Hard to tell, really.
Great. You wouldn't...
He seemed like a naturally paranoid person, so...
You have no fucking idea. You don't happen to know where he went, or where he would go. We're kind of in a bit of a fucking pickle right now, without him.
I think he just said he was going back to where he was staying, right?
Great.
Well, that was me asking you that.
Oh.
Yeah.
He kind of didn't really specify.
He said, will any of you be in the Crown Square tomorrow? That was about it. Tyler.
Oh, good.
Well, he contacted you about the artifact then, yes?
Yes.
Yes,
Well-
he did. I was hoping I could speak with someone about that today.
Yeah, well, you're probably going to have to wait, because we were supposed to go in to a meeting with the fucking Crown, And we can't because he has the files that we need. And we don't know where he went, and we don't know when he'll be back. And look, I don't like Merrick's blind trust in everything. I understand what he finds in religion, I get that. I don't know who you are, but this is not something that you should take lightly, and I'm thinking that neither of you two, or you, I'm assuming, are. Merrick thinks this is a fun little artifact, and it isn't. Do what you need to do, what Merrick apparently asks you to, but do not be blind or ignorant to this, and if you fucking see him, tell him to get his ass here now. Because the king isn't going to wait that long.
I think at this point, Gort kind of steps to the front with the other two. Where's his room?
They had us over near the fucking... What the fuck is it called? They had us near the new opera house or whatever.
Gotcha, got like a room number or something.
We were taking up all the rooms on the western half of the 3rd floor. I don't know exactly what room he was in, because I didn't really fucking care.
Gotcha.
Sure. We'll see what we can figure out.
If you have any fucking questions about anything, ask him when you find him, and if you can't find him, maybe come back and tell us. Because I think Broderick over there is gonna fucking blow his head up.
Hey, who does he point to?
The guy with the short black hair that is making a very loud fuss.
Nice.
I have a question for you.
What?
I have a question for you. The artifact. Who is holding onto the artifact? Who has that?
Well, yesterday Broderick was showing it to some of the other fucking archivists or whatever, not at the fucking archives, because apparently there's fucking goo down there or some shit, but it was put back there last night. It should still be there. I hope to all the gods. Unless Merrick's fucking moved it.
Until Merrick's is found, is anyone going to mess with it or go down there? You're not going to do anything with it until he's found?
Well, no, we're not allowed to go down there without the guards. Because of the fucking goo.
Tries to act confused about the goo. No.
Well, I've got to fucking get back to this. We're gonna try to see if we can pull something together, but I have a feeling that we won't be able to, so good day. And he walks off.
Did he see the king?
Yep. Yeah.
That's great. Okay.
Apparently, their meeting was supposed to be with the crown, and by the crown, they did mean the king.
Joy.
That's great.
Great. Earther turns and looks at Dodie and points at her. Do you know where the opera house is?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Just take us there. We'll break into his room. Just as quickly as possible. I would just like to be done with it.
She starts guiding them toward the main door. I assume we have to worm our way through all the bickering nerds.
Yeah, they are still arguing, by the way. It is madness.
She kind of guides them toward the main door, and once they get out of earshot of all the screaming people, I think she kind of drops her voice and she's like, do you not just want to go downstairs in the archive and find the rock?
That is tempting. That is very tempting.
Just to make sure
Do you
it's
think
still...
there will be Why don't we at least just scout it out? If there's more guards, then maybe it's not worth the fuss. But also,
Just to make sure
it's just kind of
feel safe.
just to peek. Peek won't hurt.
Yeah.
Kind of looks over at Gore to see if he's even paying attention.
I mean, he's there.
I'm gonna start walking in that direction now.
Dodie, can you make another perception check?
Yes.
You take advantage again?
Sure. 12 either way.
Cool. Yeah, okay. As you are beginning to leave, you can see Broderick has approached another man and is beginning to ask what seems like a litany of very aggressive questions, and it takes you a second before you realize that the person that he is very aggressively questioning is Victor.
Oh, boy.
Who
Can I
does...
hear any of the-
well, he does look up, Victor does, and makes eye contact with you for a second before Broderick makes another, like, kind of points at his chest a little bit, but doesn't fully poke it into his chest, just kind of puts it there a little bit.
Sure.
But you cannot hear what they're arguing. You cannot hear what Broderick, at least, is arguing about. Victor does not really seem to be responding very much, with only a 12. So, but you do see that happening.
She makes eye contact with him. And keeps walking.
You guys begin to make your way down towards the archives. Is that where you guys are going?
Yeah.
Walking out of the front entrance again, it quiets down immediately as you are no longer within earshot of that absolute clusterfuck of everything. Making your way down towards the archives, it is again quieter down there as all of the people who seem to be the type to be down in the archives are currently bickering in the atrium. Making your way back inside, you go quickly down towards the antiquities sector, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And you see it is a different guard that is placed at the door this time, who does seem to be paying a little bit more attention, and also seems to be a little bit older, like maybe he's been doing this for longer. But as you approach, he kind of stands up a little bit. Can I help you?
I've been sent to go check on something down in here.
You,
My name is Dorothy Lee. I'm the Glass Sage. I work for the Crown.
these two.
Are my new interns.
Don't let him fuck anything up. He stands to the side and just lets you guys go down.
She walks in. Nice.
Earthar's shaking his head as he's walking down the stairs.
Walking down into the basement level, you do see that more things have been moved around now. Like, somebody definitely came down here and found the remnants of the goo and decided to reorganize a little bit. You can see that there is a empty mop bucket and a halfway dried out mop on the sitting propped against one of the walls, like they were trying to clean up the remnants of what you guys left. The chest and the filing cabinet are no longer there, and the two rugs that had kind of sandwiched the kind of ichor and sap have been removed as well. Back into that, I'm assuming you guys are going straight into that back room.
Yeah.
You can see the table has been pushed fully back into the corner, and a couple things are set along the top of it. But it definitely appears that somebody came down here and found what had been left and has been sorting through the rest of it. So Is there anything in particular you guys would like to do in this room? Look for, yada yada.
Look for the rock.
Okay.
The rock. The cabbage shot. Can I make an investigation check?
Yes.
I'm gonna stand watch
Okay.
because this feels like something we shouldn't be doing.
Oh, absolutely.
Cora's also gonna start rummaging.
Okay. What in particular are you two rummaging through?
You said in this back room, what was it again? I'm so sorry.
In the back room, the chest and the filing cabinet that you two had rummaged through before is no longer there, but there do appear to be a couple stacks of things on the table. The rest of the room has been cleared out. The main room does still have stuff in it, though it all has seemed to be pushed against the walls to make room.
I'm gonna look through the stack of stuff in the back area. That was a 20.
Okay. Gore, what are you rummaging through?
Probably just... Probably the stuff that's been pushed towards the wall, I
Okay.
guess. I want to look through the cabinet, but it's gone.
Yeah.
You said investigation?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 0.
Beautiful. Wonderful. All
And
right.
I didn't roll in that one.
We're gonna start with that one. Gore, you walk over to all of the different cabinets and shelves pushed against the wall, and begin to kind of start to look at everything. And you see a lot of papers, and you see a lot of shit written in common, and you see a lot of really boring-looking books, and you see a lot of dust. And then you start thinking about dust. Then you start thinking about where dust comes from. And then you start thinking about, like, it's kind of drafty down here. It's like a little bit colder. I mean, we are underground. I wonder how far below sea level we are.
There it is!
And you
There's
kind
gotta
of
be a joke made every session.
every time you're in the archives, I have to make that joke. Somebody does. But you kind of get caught in that loop. And kind of just stand there. Dodie, you are keeping an eye out. If you would like to make a perception check or something,
I'd love to make.
You're just kind of
That's a 7.
cool. This is great. Erithar, you rolled a 21. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You begin to approach the back corner of this side room over towards this table. You see that the chairs have been stacked on top of the table to kind of get them off of the floor, and all of the other things have kind of been piled up. You do see the broken box with... No, it was the one that was not locked, I think, had the one with the bee pendant thingy, whatever, in it. You do see that, and you kind of shove it off to the side. Like, I don't fucking care about you. And you see a lot of papers kind of strewn about. Some of them halfway filled in, others completely blank, and others that have been kind of crumpled up and thrown off. As well, you see a couple more larger lead boxes, and you see what was it? Sorry, my notes. You see all of those jars from last time put off to the side again, and the several tiny scrolls kind of shoved into the same box with the jars and containers. And as well as that, the thing that kind of catches your eye the most is a large embroidered almost piece of red leather that had been laid out like it had something wrapped in it, but currently was just laid open.
Is that everything? Okay. Oh, well, first I'm gonna grab the red leather, the stuff that's embroidered on it. I recognize it, or is it?
Make an Arcana check.
Oh.
Did you say something? I couldn't hear you.
21.
Okay.
21.
Yes.
21.
21. It appears mostly to be decorative, though on each corner there does appear to be a small sigil that is almost a locking sigil. As if you folded it correctly and overlapped the corners, it would lock together.
Okay, awesome. He's gonna hold on to that. The lead boxes. Ones that are they empty or are they full of things? Are they all full of things, or can I differentiate which ones I can tell have something in them and which ones are empty? Can I like shake them?
Yeah, you can shake them.
Not like.
Yeah, just kind of. You pick up the smallest one and shake it, and it doesn't sound like it has anything in it, so you set it back down. You pick up the kind of middle one and you shake it, and it doesn't feel like it has anything heavy in it, but you can hear something kind of like clinking around. But you set it down for a second, and you go to pick up the very large lead box, and just... it is completely empty. And so you set it back down like, fucking... whatever.
Can I make or can I keep the same Arcana check to see if these are trapped or anything, or do I have to roll it?
I'll say that you can keep the same one. Did he freeze for anyone else?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Am I frozen?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Okay. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, this is great. I'm gonna refresh and just.
I love how wonky the cams go.
R.
Or no,
Clear!
he's still loading.
Damn it!
Give it a second. Oh, no, he's
Or
gone.
no.
New computer. What are you kidding me?
Just give it a second. It's loading.
Okay.
Maybe. Hopefully.
Just while it loads, just explain to me what's like. Do they seem to be trapped or?
They do not seem to be trapped. A couple of them also have what seems to be a couple sigils on them, like when something is put within them they can lock, but it does not appear that any of them are active currently.
Okay, cool. Mr. Gore,
Yes.
open these. All three of them.
Alright. Go to the first one and open it.
Okay. The smallest one is completely empty.
Close it. Place it back down. Open up the second one.
This one is not completely empty, though there is not a singular object within it, though there does appear to be kind of like some scraps of things in the bottom of it.
Hands it off. And then grabs the third one and opens it.
Also completely empty.
Closes it, puts it back.
I'm gonna leave and come back, but I'll also roll a new investigation if you want me to roll a new investigation. But,
Oh, the archives. So many things happened in this place.
Somebody died. Somebody almost bled out. A goo exploded.
Let go.
A construct also got yoked.
Also gooed and exploded.
Am I back?
Yes.
You are back.
I think I just have to restart Firefox 3 times, which
Damn.
is like stupid, the stupidest thing in the world. Okay. That is a 70.
Okay, and this was a investigation check on...
The medium-sized chest with the random shit in it.
Yes. Looking into it again, you see that this one, the sigils were not active. It also appears to be the oldest of the lead boxes, as the corners of it are kind of scratched up. The sigils themselves look to be older and less pristine in condition. And inside there are several scraps of things. There are a couple pieces of fabric, just like little shreds of fabric. You find a couple what looks to be almost like metal scrapings. A little bit of that sand again, and a couple shards of glass.
Let me see. Hold on. Just confirm that what the artifact is a rock, right?
Hold on.
Or like, rock like. So I know that Gore said that that's what he was looking for, but was it ever confirmed that the artifact itself actually was a rock?
The Cabochon.
Cabochon. I'm so sorry, Tyler. You can understand why I would want to say rock and stone.
Merrick said that they call it a stone, but that it's quite strange the way light behaves around it.
Okay. But that's... And you said the big chest was completely empty?
Yes.
And that's the stack of stuff, that was all there was in, like, this back room, and then there's the stuff in the main room that's against the wall. Like, that's all.
Back here was the lead boxes, the scrolls, and the jars full of random liquids that you saw last time, as well as the bee pendant thingy, and just a shit ton of papers.
Baby. Guess I'll go through the stuff that's pushed back against the wall,
Okay.
because I'm not seeing a stone and any of this stuff. You want me to roll a new investigation check?
Yeah, because it's an entirely new room.
Yeah.
While that happens, Dodie, are you doing anything? Gore, are you doing anything? Or are you still thinking about sea level?
Probably still thinking about sea level.
Nice.
She was standing guard, but not doing a very good job. Have I noticed anything, or is it all just quiet out here?
You rolled a 7, right?
Yeah.
This place kind of sucks. Nah.
Awesome.
Alright, Arathar, you start looking through all the shit?
Yeah, I rolled another 21.
Cool. This is a entire archives room. So it is quite large, so it will take you a while to go through everything. But you start on one end and kind of begin to start looking through. First off, you see that most of the things in here are tomes, books, scrolls, stacks of parchment, folders, more folders, more folders, more folders, a couple more scrolls, and a lot more folders, just right off the bat. And you start to think about how boring all of this information is, and how unhelpful all of this is, and you're really, really wishing somebody would just take the initiative to just care about what you care about. But alas, no such luck, and you keep sorting through all of these things. You do find a couple drawers and begin to pull them out, and find a couple more artifacts wrapped up in cloth or put into glass boxes and stuff like that, but so far it's just been a whole bunch of nothing. About this time, the three of you begin to hear footsteps down the stairs.
Oh.
Catches you off guard, though, as the footsteps really only register as they're turning into this room that the three of you are standing in. Looking back, I'm assuming all three of you just kind of...
Yep.
Dodie, you immediately feel apprehension and then relief as you recognize the person walking in as Victor.
Oh, thank God. We're safe.
I thought I saw you come down this way.
Out of curiosity, at what point did you... See, it doesn't matter. What's going on with all the nerds?
It's chaos, in all honesty. Everything about it. You know, normally when academics like this show up, they're just very excited, but now they're all very aggravated. Quite rude, to be honest, as well. I actually had a question for the three of you. It is my understanding that Merrick's came to talk to you last night.
Yes.
And I suppose now that you are rummaging about, kind of looks over to Erithar, who is currently closing a drawer very quietly, that you've noticed some problems down here. Yes?
Yes. But it's for a good cause.
He looks back to Dodie.
What we're doing.
I did not want to panic the scholars, but, the guards were given one of the boxes over in this side room to watch overnight, since the scholars could not seem to agree on what to do with it.
Oh.
It is empty.
Oh. That's a problem.
Merrick's was the one to hand the box over. And now it seems that no one knows where he is.
Yale died. Is he coming back?
I don't know.
Firefox just shut down on its own.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, I didn't do anything.
Did you
Option.
hear any of that?
No.
Okay.
Because it just fucked off.
I can repeat. Basically,
I'm
Victor...
really sorry, guys.
Oh, you're good. Vibes. Victor was saying that the guards were given one of the boxes from the other room to watch overnight since the scholars could not seem to agree on what to do with it, and it is empty. And Merrick's was the one to hand the box over, and now no one can seem to find him.
Didn't he say he didn't have it?
He didn't have it when you guys were talking, but then he ran off. And the other guy that you talked to earlier said that the artifact was returned to the archives last night. Victor walks over closer towards you, Dodie, out of the doorway so that he's not just standing in it. Now, I'm not quite sure what this artifact is or the importance of it, but the fact that they seem very, very aggravated over it, and the fact that you also seem interested in what it is, makes me think that it's probably quite important for him to be found.
I don't really know anything about it beyond Merrick seems to think it's gods related and wanted my input on that. I haven't seen it yet.
He kind of steps a little bit closer, lowering his voice. Just to keep me in the loop. Are you having a feeling about this as well?
I think so.
Right. Then I may go see if I can send some guards out. I have no idea where they would look, but if this is as big of a deal as that fucking idiot was making it out to be earlier when he was fucking arguing with me, it may be worth the while.
So, will you keep me updated
Of course.
best you can? Don't worry about it too much.
Same goes to you.
Of course.
He starts to walk away a little bit, but he stops and lowers his voice a little bit. Maybe come find me later as well.
Yeah, sure. Well, see what we can find out. Check in later.
Good luck rummaging, he says back towards Arathar and Gore. I'm gonna go see what guards I can scrounge up. And he turns and he leaves.
He turns around and looks at Gore and Arathar. It's not here.
Oh. No, it's not. No, it is not. He lightly kicks the wall. And it's the piece of red leather. I'm assuming he can surmise that the red leather was wrapped around the rock and it was removed and now he just has the rock if it was meant to, like, contain something. Like the leather that, like, lost something.
It was containing something.
Or yeah. So I don't know what the two of you were doing, but I apparently need to find Mr. Merrick's now, because this is very important to me. I assume you also, you're not going anywhere without the rock, conjectures to you, Gore.
Exactly.
Yeah, makes sense. Miss Lee, if you just want to guide us to the Opera House, you can return to work afterwards. You don't have to
I
We're going to be doing a lot of breaking and entering, so
Well, I'm really good at breaking. But
I've noticed.
this seems important and probably in my area of expertise, so you might want a little bit of extra insight. Also, I'd like to know what the hell is going on at this point, so.
All right. First step is just take us there, and we'll figure out what room it is, and we know at least he came here, but at some point maybe he was back at the just
Yeah, well,
way, I suppose.
yeah. She starts walking up the stairs.
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, so the three of you begin to make your way towards the stairs. Gore, are you following up the rear?
Yes.
Can you make an insight check?
Oh.
Oh,
18.
Interest and suspicion.
Kind
Hello?
what's happening?
Is there anything
cryptic.
real quick, Gore, as you're leaving the room, is there anything that you would like to look at or do as you get this little wave? If not, that's okay.
He's just gonna glance around the room one more time.
Okay, do you want to do a perception check?
Yes, wait, so much better than investigation. Oh, Zooey mama. Oh, that one's also a +0. God damn it. I mean, it's still an 18.
18.
Better than 0.
The glass of one of the cases is shattered. Well, fractured at least, and it was not that way when you walked in.
Hello?
Like the first time or this time?
This time.
She's a bad lookout.
You did roll a 7.
Yeah.
I think he will turn back from the others and walk towards the shattered glass. Or the cracked glass.
Yeah. The pane of glass is still in the case, though there is like several cracks throughout it now. You also did not hear it break, which for how large of a pane of glass this is, it would be pretty loud.
Okay. Interesting. I think he's gonna reach and touch it. Is it just glass?
Yeah, it's just glass. You run your finger over where the break is, and you can feel that it's fractured, but the glass itself just appears to be normal glass. You don't press on it too hard because you don't want it to like break in or anything, but it's solid glass.
Okay. And it's not a mirror, it's just glass, right?
I mean, You can see your reflection in it, but
thing.
yeah, it is just glass. There's no mirrored
Okay.
back to it, I guess.
Gotcha. Okay. He's gonna backlog that information. Oh wait. Is there anything behind it, like inside the case?
There are several folders and files and books.
That's unfortunate.
It doesn't really seem any different from any of the other cases.
Okay.
I mean, it's closer towards the entrance to that side room, kind of where you and Dodie were standing. But other than that, it's just another case. It doesn't really stand out to you as anything fancy.
Okay. I'm gonna backlog that information and kind of catch up with them.
Okay.
Do I notice him walk away?
Um,
Or are we walking, or is because our back's turned, so we just turn and do it and walk?
what's your passive perception?
Are you wise?
Well,
You see him kind of drag back a little bit, but you just kind of think he's just taking his fucking time. And he catches up pretty quickly, so the three of you make your way out of the antiquities sector and back up into the rest of the archives, and then out into the main square again. So, making your way back out into... I'm going to change the music again.
Oh, don't change.
Making my way.
Here we go.
Making your way out into the main square of the town, you are going to have to walk through the Crown Center to get over to where the Opera House is. Strangely enough, Dodie, you would probably know this, as you've been here for quite a while. The theater, as it's more commonly known, has been under construction for years. The entire time that you've been in the city, it has never been finished. It is also attached to the largest, I guess, citywide public library run by the Crown. The theater and the library are kind of joined into the same building, kind of creating almost like an L shape to it, but over the years, the library has kind of begun to be seen less of a gathering space and more of just another giant library. And the theater, though it had been started in its construction way, way, way before you had ever made your way to the city, is still not finished. But you begin to make your way through the Crown Center, passing by several of the other kind of part-way governmental buildings, more of the city municipalities than anything, and past parts of the market where it's beginning to set up for the day. It's beginning to get into the later part of the morning now, as you've had to kind of walk across town a little bit, and getting caught up with the Tenham Scholars took up a little bit of time. Making your way through the market, you can see it's getting busier as the day goes on, and in the distance you begin to see the outline of the library and the Opera House, if you want to call it that. Next to that building, of course, is one of the more municipal buildings where there is also housing. You know that it's quite similar in housing to the staff housing that is off onto one of the other blocks, but this is more of the guest type stuff for people who travel between the Crown City and other parts of Dire Mount. It's not quite a hotel, but it is the closest that the city will provide for free. Making your way over through the crowd and past the theater, you can see that there is very little traffic towards the library and theater, but you can see quite a few people going in and out of the cafe that is seated in the bottom of this not quite hotel. I'm assuming that you guys are making your way over towards... How many times can I say making your way? Over towards where whatever his name was that talked to you said that they were all staying.
What's his name? Blondie boy.
Mm-hmm. Blondie boy.
Pretty boy.
I wanted to make a Beach Boys joke so bad, but then I remembered that they're from the Tenem and not from Zeum.
Peyton the beach is there.
No, just a whole bunch of school
Nerd.
But entering into this housing place, you walk past the cafe where you can see several people buying what seems to be very overpriced coffee. Walking over back towards where the concierge desk is, you can see that the main stairways are behind that, and kind of trying to walk quickly so as to not garner any attention, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
You make your way towards the staircase. Finally, having it a little bit quieter, out of the reach of earshot from the desk and also the cafe, you begin to slowly ascend the staircase. So I'm going to turn off that. No, that's the wrong one. There we go. Sorry, music change. Because we're back inside. So, climbing up the 3 sets of staircases, you finally get to the landing of this 3rd floor, and you can see that it really is just a hallway with doors, and there's quite a few doors. It does go in either direction from the staircase, and you're assuming that just the western half is at least a little bit smaller than the eastern half, just from looking at it, so you're a little bit hopeful that it won't take as long, but you are now faced with a hallway full of doors. The interior itself is kinda lit. You can see enough, but the only windows are at the very ends of the hallways, so it's kind of hard to see everything in here, and the carpet does look like it needs a clean pretty badly, but other than that, it's alright. It's fine. There's no artwork on the walls or anything, so it's pretty boring, but it is free, so. Any plans?
Are there like numbers on the doors or are there names?
There's numbers.
Oh man.
Are all the doors locked? Arthur's gonna try and just...
You just try a door?
Yeah.
And the first door you try is in fact locked.
Damn it. They didn't give us a room name, they just said that this was the area.
No. I'm trying to decide if this is a good idea or not. Hypothetically, could I cast Detect Magic and just walk really close up to all of the doors and see if I get any, like, radiation coming out of any of the rooms.
How large is the radius or the
30 feet.
30 feet?
Like if I like press up against the doors.
You know, I think if you kind of like reverse peepholed the door a little bit, then probably it would work.
Okay. I would like to try doing that.
Okay. Hold on.
Just like do my little paladin magic, which is so much less precise than wizard magic,
Oh,
and just start
absolutely.
walking up to doors, like pressing myself up against them.
Yeah, okay. I was just checking something, but yeah, that would work.
Okay.
Fate aura. You can learn the school of magic. Okay. Yeah, so you cast the spell, taking a moment. There's a brief glimmer of gold energy as you then begin to kind of walk up and just kind of lean on each door. Are you doing like one side of the hallway and then back up the other side, or are you doing...
I guess I'm going like
Zigzag?
zigzag because I feel like I have less time.
Cool.
Also, if somebody tries to shoot me, they're less likely to hit me.
There is, I'd say probably about 20 doors on the side of the hallway, so it will take you a minute, but you begin to kind of press against each doorway. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. And you kind of keep going. You get down to about the 6th or 7th door before you start to feel a little bit of something and kind of press even further against the door. You do feel what is like a small amount of magic radiating from behind the door, though it's quite easily identified by the school of magic that it is.
Mm-hmm.
And it does feel to be... Hold on, let me make sure.
Necromancy.
Nervous.
There does appear to be some illusion magic further within this room, and that doesn't feel quite right, I'm assuming.
No.
So you keep going. Over to the next door. Over to the next door. Over to the next door. Before you make it down to about like the 16th door or so,
What's behind door number 16?
and you start to feel a little bit of magic again. This one does feel to be a little bit harder to distinguish. It might be that it's farther behind the door and you're just barely getting anything off of it, but there is the slightest hint of magic coming from behind this door.
And I make a mental note which one it is and go check the last 4 real quick.
Yeah. You get to the last door after checking the other 3, and there is some sort of enchantment, illusion, something happening behind that door, but you can also hear people in that room.
I would like to listen to those people.
Cool. Make a, let's say, investigation check.
Oh no, she's not good at those. Oh wait, she's okay.
Yes, Arathar?
I was gonna say, as she's doing this, he's trying not to crawl, but he probably practically is crawling on the floor, looking underneath each of the doors and listening for anything. And I was wondering if while he's walking, they meet up at the same time, and he can also make a perception check. So I was gonna say that, but I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah, go for it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You've been crawling on the ground, I'll give you that.
Gorge just vibing. He's gonna vibe until someone tells him to break in a door.
Gore's just standing in the doorway in front of the stairwell, just blocking the entire thing.
This is 16 perception to me.
16.
They meet up and he's on the
22.
ground and she's
22? Okay.
Yeah.
There does seem to be people behind the door, and they seem to be talking about something. It's kind of hard to hear at first, and you can feel the illusion and enchantment magic coming off of from behind the door. And kind of pressing in a little bit closer, you can hear two figures talking. And the one person's voice immediately begins to kind of take over the conversation a little bit. It's like, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you didn't want to buy it, then I guess that's on you. But, you know, if you joined our group and you could start selling them as well, and then you could get somebody to start selling them. And then once you get, like, enough people, then you can move up a little bit, you know? And then by that point, you can kind of join the larger group, and then you can join me, and we could go out on sales. And if you join on sales, then you can start coming to conventions, which is really fun, which is why I'm here. I mean, I got this whole room for free, basically, because I'm here on a convention. So that's kind of what you're hearing through the door. And she's just kind of going on for a while.
Just to clarify, is this a familiar voice? Because I swear to God, if Jen's off work pitching an MLM...
No clue who this is.
I'm gonna fire her. No, I'm kidding. Okay, great. Awesome. She just looks down at Aerithar.
Yeah, he's looking up at her. I have a question. As he was crawling, aside from that, was there anything underneath, like, the door? The doors that stood out to him, or could he not really tell with a 16?
Most of them were dark underneath the doors, like nobody was in there. There was a little bit of light underneath the door that Dodie stopped at for a little bit, door number 16. There was a small amount of light from underneath the small little gap. But other than that, nothing really stood out. It seems that, aside from the MLM that's happening down at the end, nobody's really here right now.
Okay, he's gonna crawl back over to that one and take a harder look underneath the to see, or at least, like, stand up and kind of look.
Okay.
At that.
She's also going to return to door number 16. I assume since I was detecting magic, there weren't any, like, enchanted traps on the lock or anything.
Did not feel so.
Okay. Can I try the door?
Yep, it's locked.
Ah, damn. Is Aerithar still on the ground, just out of curiosity?
Sit up at this point, and it's kind of, it doesn't sound like anybody's in there. It's gonna look over at Gore and kind of wave Gore over.
Gore will leave his post and wander over.
You almost hit your head on one of the ceiling chandeliers that's very, very dusty, and you start thinking about dust again, but it's fine. You make your way over to your companions.
Yeah, what's up?
Did I knock on it to make sure that no one's in there? Or did we just...
Knocking is probably not a bad idea. That's probably wise.
Gonna knock.
Okay. You knock on the door a couple times. Nothing.
Either of you pick a lock decently?
I mean, I can get through a lock.
It's not quite what I asked.
knock down the door? I can attempt to. I will attempt.
He's probably got some
He's sneaky.
bits and bobs.
Does Aerithar have tools?
Yeah, what are you
Is there
picking?
any way to attempt?
What are you picking this lock with?
I'm looking at my inventory.
Wonderful.
I would say you could just break down the door, but that doesn't seem like a great idea right now.
As long as it's not deadbolted, it should be fine.
don't know.
assuming it's not deadbolted.
My PCs always have like at least 20 bobby pins up in their hair, so
Is there any way he could try to use a like a quill and like one of his like things that he uses to like go through like one of his little one of the like tools that he uses to like look at shit? Could he maybe use like a quill and one of those?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Look at shit.
You know,
he's a geologist.
yeah, exactly. No, it's not a geologist. I like if there's like a the way that he's smart and I'm not, I don't know. Fucking, he's looking through his bag and he just like, Mr. Gore, do you think there was a way where you could open the door and not make it look like the key went in there? And even if you break the hinges, you could just...
No. It's gonna break the door handle. Now, it will push through, and unless somebody tries to go in there, it won't look like that we've been in there. Possibly. Depends on the damage.
Do you think it's possible if whenever we find Mr. Merrick's, we could just take the rock off of him and then leave, and then we could never have to come back here, so maybe it wouldn't really matter in the end?
Well, yeah, we're getting the rock from Merrick's.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So if we get the rock from him anyway, we're not going to come back here. We're just going to get it back from him and leave. Just break the door down. Just break the door down.
Hold on. We're sure this is the one. Because I'd like to not break into someone's home.
Well, there's an MLM being pitched down the hall, so...
Oh, there's people here!
They're just down the hall, but...
This is gonna be loud.
I have an idea. Why don't I just go down to the front desk and ask someone to let me in?
They let you in?
People tend to give me things.
Yes.
Probably
And
the
if they
best idea.
don't, you can ask which one is his.
Do you want us to stay here?
I was gonna pitch it as like, I'm locked out of my room, can you let me in? I really have to go to the bathroom right now. So it might be better if you guys aren't like hovering by the door.
Right.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn and walk down towards the stairs. Where I'm not hovering.
I guess Gore follows Arathar.
Okay.
I'm gonna go downstairs to the front desk.
Okay. You walk down the stairs to the front desk where you can see a human woman kind of like putting away a couple little pens and things and looks up. Hi, how can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I've been locked out of my room. Really need to get in there, if you know what I'm saying. And I left the key all the way back, flipping Crown Square, and I was really hoping that you could just let me in.
Okay, what name is your reservation under?
I'm with all the Tenem people. I don't know if they like gave you our individual names.
Yeah, they're all under different names.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Let's see. I'm not sure if it's under my maiden name or my married name. Let's try Merrick's.
Make a deception roll.
Nat 20.
Perfect. She's like, okay, let me look it up. And she pulls out a big-ass ledger and lays it down on the thing and starts to flip through it and flips over to floor 3, over into the western wing. Starts looking through. Okay, Merrick's. Oh, yeah, right here. It seems you're in room number 16, I think.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Let me see if I have an extra key. And she walks off.
Thank you so much.
And there's a little...
She waits. She does the, I have to use the bathroom dance. I just got self.
She walks back with the key. Okay, so I do have to walk up there with you because this is our personal copy. But when you get the key back, of course, just let us know.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
And she walks you up to the room and over to room number 16, and she unlocks the door and holds it open for you. Okay, and if you have anything else, always come down to the desk and ask us about it. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much. She goes inside. She closes the door behind herself.
Gore, Arathar, you hear Dodie and this woman walk up and then see the woman walk back down, and the door to room 16 is closed.
She waits 30 seconds, then opens the door and pokes her head out to look at them.
He's gonna very quickly walk in.
Nice. Walks in.
Well done. I'm gonna make a perception check on the room.
Okay.
Gore will immediately... Is there a bed in here?
Yes.
With, sheets on it?
Yes.
If there are any windows, any glass, he is covering it up with one of the sheets.
Surprisingly enough, you don't have to do so, because the curtains are drawn and every mirror and window in this place is already covered.
Okay. Nice.
10.
Which means he doesn't have to look weird covering up all of the mirrors and windows.
What was it, Arathar?
Oh, 10.
Okay. Walking in, the first thing that you notice, of course, is the fact that the curtains are drawn and the singular mirror in this room has been covered as well. The bed looks like it has not been made this morning, and there is little bits of, obviously, Merrick's stuff scattered about, including his bag that's set off to the side that is unzipped and kind of shoved off into a corner. Off the top of your head, nothing immediately really sticks out except for the fact that everything is closed off or covered, and the single candle that was on the desk has burnt itself down into basically an ember. It is just barely still burning, which is the little bit of light that you saw from inside the room.
Merrick's bag isn't empty.
No, it's got his clothes and his toiletries and stuff in it. Are you going through it?
Can I?
Yes, it will be an investigation check, though.
Yes, and if you wanna, while I'm doing that.
Yes, give him advantage.
Gore will start rummaging through the room.
Invested now.
Gore, if you would also like to make an investigation check, you can.
Oh, damn it. He's a really... Yeah, I didn't... It was 6.
You heard that too, Blue?
Yeah.
Fucking...
There was some sort of clanging outside of our apartment.
Was it metal pipes hitting the ground?
No, it sounded more like a dumpster being moved.
More
That would make
likely.
sense. That was an 18 from me.
Gore, what do you get?
A 6.
Nice.
Investigation is so bad.
You immediately
He's never
start...
gonna find anything.
You start rummaging through the bed to see if anything was left in the sheets, and you're trying to pull them back, and then the one sheet is tucked into the bed super severely, always happens at hotels, and then you're trying to pull it back, and it's not pulling back, and you're getting frustrated with it. Why does anybody tuck it in this hard? So you're really struggling with that for the moment. Arathar, you're looking through his bag, yes?
Mm-hmm.
His bag is kind of set on the corner of the desk nearest to where the candle is still burning, and you start to rummage through it before kind of pulling out what seems to be a small glass bottle of mouthwash, probably, and a couple spare shirts and a belt. You're like, fucking whatever. And it isn't until you get most way down into the bag before you start to feel leather again. And you pull that out as well, and it's a nearly identical piece of embroidered leather, except this one is blue.
Lance, sorry. Red and blue. Sorry. So it's identical except for the fact that it's blue.
Basically, yeah. The color of the embroidery is also different. On the red piece of leather, it was silver. On this one, it's gold. But
it's the same sigils, like the same meaning.
yes.
Oh, that's great. Can I make some kind of intelligence check to surmise if, like, those two were supposed to go together, or if they were locking two different things? Like, if I'm familiar with this kind of, like, mechanism? Like, I don't know. Just like, intelligence check?
Yeah, you can make a check. I'll let this be either a straight intelligence check or a arcana check.
That was a natural 20.
You have not seen items like this before, but with how nearly identical they are, aside from color, the shape of them, the embroidery on them, the sigils on them, the size of them, they're all basically identical, aside from, of course, the color and the color of the stitching. You're starting to get the impression that this might be a common item someplace else, and that probably these were two different people's items. That most likely this blue one with the gold embroidery is Merrick's, and the red one with the silver embroidery was somebody else's.
Okay. He's gonna look over at Dodie, kind of hold the blue one and the red one up. I found this one in the archives and this one right here. You are a religious woman, I surmise.
Yeah.
So you don't know a lot about wizardry.
Not really.
Hate wizards. I hate them.
Yeah.
This item right here is meant to. You see the sigils on the corner. What I'm able to pick up is they fold in and they lock something.
Okay.
But I found both of them in the state where they have been left in either place without anything in them. So, since we know now, I thought maybe perhaps if the capuchon had been taken, and I thought maybe formerly that maybe it had been in the red one, but now that we know that Merrick's had it, might have been in this one. And I don't see it in his bag, and Mr. looks over at the bed and just kind of trails off.
Yeah, Gore, you are fully, like, one arm completely tangled in this sheet, just trying to, like, look under the pillows.
So you haven't found
Yeah.
anything.
Huh? Looks up.
I assume you haven't found anything.
No, but I'm gonna keep looking. Continues.
Okay. So this mixed with the slightly concerning state of the room,
Yeah.
all very well, just as a sign that this probably just going to involve more steps. This Lord of Mirrors, you don't know much about it?
Not really.
Neither do I. He's gonna kind of slide his gloves on and walk over to one of the mirrors and just kind of step back and kind of not completely pull what
If he reaches for the mirror, Gore's gonna stop what he's doing and grab his hand.
he looks back up at you.
Don't do that. And pulls it down back to your side. And it goes back to rummaging in the bed. Sorry, could you repeat that?
I wasn't going to pull the entire thing back. I was just going to get a peek. Because if this is all that's in the room, there's nothing else productive that we can do in here. I wasn't going to pull the whole thing back.
Not even a little bit.
Okay, then what do you propose we do?
What? No, hold on. Let me see that. And points at the blue. There's nothing in it, right? It's open like the other one?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure, but don't fuck with the mirrors.
Why not?
Because there's something going on, and I don't trust them.
Out of curiosity, do you know anything about this Lord of Mirrors?
Can I dig in my brain?
Yeah. Make
See if I have
a
anything, because I think I haven't checked.
either a history check or an insight check.
It's gonna be insight. Oh wait, let me check history. That's about what I thought. Okay. It's gonna be a 15.
15. You've heard other folk tales, and you know that Diremount as a whole has a lot of them, and maybe you've heard of this Zurhem specific one, but nothing really important springs to mind.
I don't know about this folktale, but back when we were in the archives, there was a pane that was cracked. That was definitely not cracked when we went in there.
Did you maybe want to mention this earlier? Sooner?
Well, I didn't want to bring it up while we were going somewhere. Also, I'm trying to put things together, and I'm not very quick at it, so you'll have to forgive
maybe it
me.
would help if you tried to put things together out loud so we could pull our brain power together?
Yes, a
There's
novel idea. Excellent.
There's a lot of more steps than that you don't know about, so no.
Do you maybe want to impart some of those steps on me?
I'll sit on it.
Wonderful. Wonderful. This lead.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't open the mirrors. And if you do open the mirrors, I will be leaving, and then you can open the mirror. Because I'm not gonna mess with whatever has been coming out of puddles. Might be coming out of the mirror.
Seems fair.
Miss Lee, I assume you didn't see anything come down the stairs and break the glass pane. Did you?
Didn't see anything, didn't hear anything. Nothing.
I have a question for you, DM. Out of oh my god! I just like tapped the charger in my wall and it just fell out of the wall completely. Is there any way I could make some kind of? I'm sorry, I keep asking for checks.
It is D&D.
Some kind of check about anyone in town that might know anything about the Lord of Mirrors or whatever, because now I feel like we're all pretty much on the same page that there is a connection here. So anyone that I've spoken with,
make a insight or a history check.
okay, cool. Hold on, let me get my life together. Okay. History.
Well, right off the cuff, Zachariah did seem to know a lot. Aside from him, there might be something at one of the libraries. The times frequently where you've been in the libraries, it has been for specific bits of information. You haven't really been looking at the other sections, but maybe. Most of the people that you've talked to in town have been completely incompetent. So,
Yeah.
it's hard to say.
Kind of looks at Dodie again. I've spoken to many academics and researchers in the city. Most of them don't know what they're doing. But this seems to be a matter that is very more based on rumors. I want to ask anybody about it. Unfortunately, that imbecile from last night seemed to know a great deal about it. Not Mr. Merrick, the other imbecile.
Ziggs.
Yes, that one. So if we don't want to mess with the mirrors, we
Well-
want to just find out more about it.
We could ask him. We could ask the girl who's talking about it at the tavern.
That's true.
I know her a little bit,
You know
at least.
who that was?
Yeah, she works in the main part of the castle.
That's better than nothing.
It avoids going to the Diner's Gold or whatever it was called.
Gold in.
Yeah, that.
Sorry.
Bless you.
Kind of looks over at Gore. Do you have a better idea? Or are you satisfied with that?
Sounds good to me. I'm not going to be much help at the library, though. Unless it's written in Draconic.
File that piece of information away for later.
At least you can break down doors. But we can't read.
I can read, just
We'll
not
be on our
copy.
way then. On our way then.
I don't think there's a whole lot left in here that's worth looking at.
Yeah. He's standing up and walking out.
Why do I get the feeling something horrible has happened to this man?
What I thought. I didn't think he was going to make it home alive. Apparently he did. So
Just
Afterwards.
just gonna pick up her stuff and walk out of the room, I guess.
Okay. Gore, are you doing anything?
Am I getting anything?
I don't like
Okay. And he will walk out.
that one bit. Can we take a break?
Yes. I'm going to get you guys out, and then I was going to suggest a break.
Oh, perfect.
So, you leave the room, locking the door behind you so all seems well, making quick trek down the stairs, attempting to not make eye contact with the front desk lady and out into the main square again, settling out into the busy street. You can see it is now getting into the afternoon at this point, about mid-afternoon, still earlier in the day, though a lot of this has been taken up by rummaging. But you step out into kind of the sidewalk area off to the side so that you aren't within the foot traffic of the people going to and from the different markets and cafes. And as well, you see, again, in the distance, I say in the distance, just off to the corner, the library and theater, which stands quite tall in comparison to some of the buildings surrounding it, though of course you can still see the scaffolding up on the side and the different tarps that continue to be replenished to kind of keep it at bay in this constant state of construction. But you are making your way in what direction?
Back to the castle?
Okay. Alright. Okay, so you begin to walk through the crowd again over towards the front gates where you can see it seems that the amount of guards that are posted along their different stations have been upped a little bit. It seems that the commotion of this morning has made everything a little bit more alert for the rest of the day, but you begin to make your way in towards those main gates, and I think that is where we will take a break. Yes?
Yes.
Alright. Let's see if I can And there we go. Okay, I think that's working again. I will put Tim music back on. We've been vibing with this one. I feel like it's just applicable. If it starts. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
I'm gonna leave real quick because I can't hear the music. I'm gonna leave real quick and then I'll come back.
Okay.
Because the music's coming out of the Discord, right?
It's coming out of
Or the
Roll20.
Roll 20.
Oh, okay. That's okay. Then I definitely can't. All right, keep talking. And I'll try to figure it out.
Okay. I can attempt to do it from the Discord, but last time it just chose to play exclusively flute music.
It was funny though.
It's never
Yeah.
done that before, so I don't know what that
Unbelievable.
was. Okay, there we go. So, getting back into it, as kitties have kitty time. You all start to walk back through the main gates and up towards the Crown Castle, yes? If I can... Where'd it go? There it is. Hold on. Whatever. Close enough. Oh, MK's gone.
Trying to get the music to work. It is not.
I can refresh on my end if that will help.
Maybe. If not, it's not the end of the world.
Let's see.
With me, normally Roll20 is a hit or miss kind of thing with the music. I don't know why. I can hear it now.
Cool. Everybody else?
Yep.
Put the map back where
Ease.
it's supposed to be. There we go. Okay, so you begin to walk up through the main gates towards the Crown Castle. I believe that's where you said you were going. And back in through the main entrance and towards the atrium again. The group of scholars is no longer gathered and bickering. And it seems that the day has mostly gone back to normal inside the castle. Is there any particular place that you're looking to go within the castle?
Where I usually know that girl is. Speaking of which, can I dig through the recesses of my mind for her name?
Yeah, make a insight check.
Joy.
While I find her name.
She may not have to.
13.
13, okay. You're like pretty sure it started with an H.
Oh, that's not very helpful.
Hannah, Heidi, Hennessy. You're
Killed
not
it.
quite sure.
Fuck.
It started with an H, though. You're pretty positive. So, you do know that she is kind of just a staff servant of the castle, and that most of the time she's on the main floor. She's not like a person on private staff. She works within the public access of the building, but where she is at any given time is harder to say. Last time you saw her, of course, she was cleaning up broken glass, but she could be within one of the halls, she could be back in the servants' chambers, she could be in the kitchen with Tedevelt. Who's to say, honestly?
I don't know. Cool. very deep, visceral part of me just wants to break some glass somewhere and see if she material.
He is the Lord of Mirrors, actually.
It's me.
Heidi.
Damn, I really didn't think this through very far. I suppose. Damn it. I just want to wander into, like, the main part of the building and, like, see if I can catch any clues and, like, just kind of wander around a little bit, hoping that I can find her. I don't have a whole lot of thought process behind this, and honestly, it makes sense because she's stupid.
It's like that. Here, one moment. I'm just going to pull up the map so that I remember. The map of the castle is in the Discord as well, if that helps at all.
Yes. Where are you, you son of a bitch? Yes. I guess, like, going in through the atrium, and honestly, heading in the direction of the Crown offices is not a bad idea anyway. So if she's not immediately visible, just kind of wandering in that direction, seeing what I can see.
Okay. You walk first fully into the atrium. Oftentimes, when you enter the castle, you step off to the side and slip through the small walkway instead of entering fully into the atrium, as it tends to be either kind of out of the way or just kind of busy and you don't want to deal with people. But right now you're looking for someone, so it makes more sense to step fully into the atrium. It itself is kind of a octagonal, vaguely shaped room that is multiple stories. The glass of the roof lets in little bits of light through the colored panes of glass as well as the clearer panes, and you can see the different plants that are tended to help keep a lively atmosphere, and the stone tile floor that is patterned in different checks and mosaics throughout the space. Above you, in the walkways through the rest of the castle, you can see people standing and talking, and more of these plants hanging off and draping over the sides. It really is a beautiful atrium, and the light that it lets in really brightens up nearly the entirety of this area of the castle. It is kind of like the centerpiece for when people come to visit the castle. They get brought into the atrium first before they go off to their meeting. So it is very beautiful, but it's partway between a multiple story kind of glass room and almost a greenhouse with how much luscious foliage there is scattered about. It's one thing that the Crown Castle prides itself on quite a bit. But standing around in the atrium, you see multiple people moving about different meetings and things like that, or people just sitting for their break or their lunch, eating at some of the different tables or benches. But so far, you don't see this woman that you're looking for. You see above you on the second floor walkway, other staff members walk by carrying what look to be freshly cleaned linens, but nobody that immediately stands out as that woman that you know from before.
With no sign of her, she's gonna wander into, like, the Crown offices kind of chunk of building. Mm-hmm. Honestly, being like, eventually, if this doesn't work, I can just go back to my office and bang my head on the desk and hope Jen knows her name.
Yeah. Okay. You begin to make your way into the Crown offices, walking down the hallway, through the threshold, onto the smooth stone floor covered in this carpet runner down the center. To either side, again, you see all of the different furniture pieces and vases and paintings and portraits and different things hung along the walls to give it a little bit of personality, despite the fact that the main floor is mostly offices. I'm assuming that you're kind of walking pretty slowly to try to...
See what I can say.
Yeah. Are you looking... Is anybody else looking for anything while this is happening, Arathar?
Yeah, I would like to make a perception check. Just anyone following us, anyone particularly staring at us for too long. Also, any broken glass, because that seems to be a theme.
Okay.
Anything like that stands out to me.
Okay.
Yeah, Gora's eyeing all of the glass around, or even like puddles of water,
Okay.
or anything that can make a reflection.
Got it.
That was a 14 perception from me.
God damn it.
Okay. Gore, you got anything?
8.
8. Damn. Okay.
He can't see or read. It's really troublesome.
Gore, you begin to kind of keep an eye out on everything, trying to see if there's any glass or puddles or anything. And you're kind of caught up again in just how castle-y this castle is. It kind of just keeps hitting you every once in a while, but you do keep an eye out. So far there have been no puddles, but the more you think about it, the more that makes sense. But you're still keeping an eye out. If there's one, you're going to find it. You know it. Arathar, I'm going to kind of treat that as kind of a continuous perception check in case anybody's around you. So far, with how it's getting into the later afternoon, there seems to be people like passing by every once in a while, but they've got like something in their hands or they've got a look on their face that they need to get somewhere. There's not a lot of people standing about, not a lot of people watching you guys walk through. If anything, somebody will be walking down the hallway very intently, realize there's people, get a weird look on their face at this group of very tall individuals, and then scurry off past you. But nobody so far seems to be, like, staring you down. Dodie, you continue to walk through the Crown offices, and so far, you haven't noticed anything that really stands out to you as a place where this woman would be. You know, so far it's just kind of like, yeah, offices, the entrance to the Grand Hall. It's not a lot to notice. You do kind of start to think back to where you saw her last time with the broken glass, and you walk down towards that part of the hallway. Kind of standing off to the side where this chest of drawers is, where a vase used to be, you kind of look around it a little bit, just seeing if there's anything that stands out. And finally looking back over to the doorways that were in front of it. There's still no plaques. There's still no identification on mainly this largest doorway directly in front of this chest of drawers. Make a perception check.
Oh boy, would I love to do that. 19?
Something's different about that door.
Oh. Got it?
You rolled a 19. It almost looks as if getting close to it, that the dust had been more thoroughly swept off of it. And almost, though it's not open by any means, the door almost looks like it sticks out a little bit further from how it's set in the wall. Like it had been opened and had been closed and wasn't fully 100% closed.
Fascinating. Just gonna file that away in the back of my head for later.
Okay.
Turn my attention back to this chest of drawers where the vase used to be.
Okay.
Look for clues.
All right. Make an investigation check.
Advantage.
Advantage, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nat 20 plus 3.
All right. Looking around the chest of drawers, it itself is just a gaudy piece of solid wood furniture. You can see almost, not quite a mark in the wood, but like a little bit of a change in the lacquer where the vase used to sit. It had probably been sitting there for God knows how long. But there's almost a little bit of a ring where it was. Above it is a painting on the wall, though it is of kind of a landscape. It looks somewhat like it's a partial landscape of like where the city meets the rest of the surrounding land and kind of like vaguely, approximately maybe Zurhem, though it's a little bit more abstracted. Honestly, the painting is a little bit different than some of the other ones that you've seen in that it's less of a portrait, as there tends to be a lot of portraits in the castle. But this one seems to be vaguely about Zurhem. With a nat 20, as you're kind of walking around this chest of drawers a little bit, you glance down towards the carpet and the stone where the glass had shattered, and you see a little bit of a glint of light from underneath the chest of drawers, where it sits up on these carved, just ostentatious wood legs.
I'm going to remove a pen from my person, drop it on the ground, and go to pick it up and look under the chest.
You go, oh no, oh my pen. Leaning down to grab it, you see underneath the chest of drawers there is a single piece of glass that apparently was missed by the women cleaning it up.
Snatch. Put it in my pocket.
Cool. It's a, it is quite a thick piece of, kind of bluish clear glass.
Bluish clear.
But you yoink it and put it in your pocket.
Nice.
Hey Blue, you can keep going. My laptop is screaming at me. So just give me just a second.
Okay.
But it's like really screaming at me. So, give me just a second. You can keep going though. If I miss anything super important, tell me.
Well,
We're wonky.
the cams are just the way that they are. I can see. So currently, MK is Gore, and Tyler just nose up is Arathar. But so you pocket it. Anything else?
Well, boy, I really did not think this through. I'm really letting Gale be the smart one this time. It's your turn.
No! Stop.
Are you making good choices or bad choices over there?
There's a lot of cats happening.
There's so many cats happening. Relative to where I am right now,
Yes.
where might I find Victor?
Coco, stop. Don't growl at me.
That was out of time. Make an insight check.
Oh, I don't even know where his office is.
Normally he comes to your office.
But how do I know where to be strategically applying lip gloss as I walk? Well, that's a 6. So
6. You know that there is an office down the hall that he uses sometimes. You also know that his work often has him moving between departments and talking to people.
yeah.
So he's not often stationary in an office. So the office that you've been to before has been mostly empty.
Okay. Great.
Where he is on a day-to-day basis,
That's so helpful.
probably around here somewhere. Most
God
likely.
Dang it. Oh man.
Normally you're pretty stationary, so you're pretty easy to find.
I have never spent this much time in the main part of the building. I am so out of my fucking depth. At this point, I am ready to give up and go ask Jen for help. Because she's smarter than me. So I guess I'll do that.
Okay.
Gather my boys and head back to the office.
Okay. You, well, Arathar's not here.
Yeah.
So I'll just fill Arathar in later.
Yeah.
So I'll talk to an imaginary Arathar as we move. You all begin to walk down towards the annex around the corner of the Crown offices, and as you pass by the... Oh, well, maybe I don't have to, actually.
Arathar has returned.
I need a new laptop, guys.
It's so like that.
It literally has been like the past like month has been it got so much worse. I don't know what happened, but it's so bad right now. Anyway.
Well, what you missed is Dodie attempting to try to remember where Victor would be right now and not really coming up with anything, and then giving up and going to talk to Jen. So we were just moving down the Crown office hallway, curving the corner towards the annex, and I was going to say to you, Arathar, that as you all move, you glance into the opening for the small entryway into what you think to be a tower of the castle, where you see a young boy kind of peeking around the corner, looking down the hallway.
Does he retreat back, or is he just staring?
The door is partially open, and he's kind of peeking and just kind of like watching down the hallway. He's got kind of wavy black hair, and his eyes appear to be a little, not sunken, but like a little bit like he probably didn't get the best night's sleep. And he's a little ruffled, though you can see from the sliver of him through the doorway that he is actually very nicely dressed. And he's just kind of watching down the hallway, and as you guys pass, he just kind of watches the three of you pass, and then keeps looking down the hallway.
Don't do that.
I would like to make extended eye contact with him.
Okay.
As I walk by.
He just kind of
Prolong.
looks back at you.
Insight check as well.
Stop me, motherfucker.
That's just a 9.
9. He's just staring at you.
Alright.
I love
And
how
he looks to
intense
be
the
about
music
how
got
old?
during that. Sorry?
How old does he look to be?
Great question.
You said
Hold
boy.
on.
He's a-
How old is he? Oh, he looks to be about 11.
Oh. Alright, I'll file that away for later. Well, I guess I'm gonna keep walking, but
Cat just.
There's an airplane.
there was a cat. Anyway, as like he's kind of ending the prolonged eye contact. He's gonna very prolonged eye contact. He's gonna kind of tap Cody's shoulder, and kind of move it like his head kind of gesture over to where the boy is. They continue walking, just to bring it to her.
Does this boy look at all familiar to me?
Make a history check?
What?
This boy is as old as time.
He is young. He's ooh, okay. That's cocked. It's in that 20 minus 1.
That is the prince.
That would make sense.
That is the prince. Yep. That is
Oh, he's laughing at me in the other room.
that is the Prince of Diremake. Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. What's his name?
Full name with a nat 20, I will give it to you. Wharton Laurent Reinwald Diremake.
Wharton.
Laurent
Warden Lawrence Rangwald.
Diremake.
Can you spell that
Diremake.
for us?
Thank you.
First name
He's gonna change the spelling 5 times.
Warten. First
Oh,
middle name
Ian.
Laurent. Second middle name Reinwald. Last name Diremake.
Alright.
Oh, Wharton.
Mm-hmm.
What an unfortunate name for an 11-year-old boy.
Yeah.
I bet he's bullied as shit. I'm kidding, I bet he's not. 'cause he's
You
a
said
prince,
it was
but
a
anyway.
nat 20, right?
Yeah.
I will also give you this small tidbit of information with a nat 20. The tower from which he is looking out of the doorway from has been a recent construction, and it is where most of the prince's living takes place.
Oh, that's concerning. They locked him in there for reasons. They keep him in there for reasons.
How did you get out, sickly Victorian boy? He's a little Victorian boy.
Be honest with me. Does he have scarlet fever?
I can say that he does not.
Currently.
Currently.
Oh boy.
He does look like he
Does-
needs more sleep, though.
He looks like he needs more sleep. Does he also look, just, based on vibes, like he cuts the heads off of his sister's dolls?
He does not have a sister.
But based on vibes.
Based on vibes, he looks like he likes to stare down the hallway.
Okay.
We have to
Oh,
save them, guys.
we're gonna liberate him. Okay. Great. She kind of clocks the boy, kind of nods at Erithar, and keeps walking.
You make your way back out through the quote-unquote courtyard and into the Sarosanct Annex, where you can see Dodie, you see that Jen is sitting there with what looks to be a small plate of cheeses and meats and some crackers, and has like a glass that has a little umbrella in it, but looks just to be water. Oh, you're back.
So she's just eating a charcuterie board for lunch.
Yeah, basically.
And she goes, steps in the door, she runs her hand through her hair, it briefly gets lost. I have a question for you.
Alright.
You know what goes on in that building, right? You have a vague idea. I don't know anybody who works here except for you and like 3 other people.
It's like that.
There's a girl who works on the like housekeeping staff. She's young-ish. She's got brown hair. And her name starts with an H, I'm almost positive.
Well, for the most part, you could be describing basically anyone.
I know.
But if you're positive that her name starts with an H, that narrows it down to like 3.
That's helpful.
It probably wouldn't be one of them because she's a total bitch and you would never want to talk to her. But the other 2 were just in the kitchen. If you're like looking for them, unless you want to like know information on them, in which case I can totally spill.
I mean, if you have information, I'd love to
Okay,
hear
well,
some of.
Hannah just broke up with her boyfriend because he's a total piece of shit. Because he like, he like totally spilled wine all over her while they were out at dinner. And then he like laughed about it, and it was like one of her good dresses too, so she was like super pissed about it, and he like wouldn't walk her home afterward, so she had to walk home covered in wine, like all by herself, and it was so bullshit. But anyway, yeah, I saw Hannah earlier today when I was like, I stopped off to get like a little nibble for breakfast, but then Heidi, she was over in the kitchen like just now. And if you want to know anything about her, she's kind of a little wacko. And she's like, she's like, obviously I'm super into gossip because I mean, like, what else do you have to do? Like, how do you pass the time? But she's like really into like crown secrets and shit like that or whatever.
That sounds promising.
Yeah. She gets like really into it, and then she always goes down to that tavern to talk with that dude. I think she has a crush on him. But I totally think he's gay, so I don't think it's gonna work out.
Jen, you're a fucking genius.
You know it.
So she was in the kitchen like minutes ago?
Yeah, like I just went and got this.
Did she look like she was going anywhere anytime soon?
Well, she was kind of waiting in line, so she was probably just now finishing up.
Fucking best I'm gonna see about getting you a raise.
Ah, fuck yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna finish my cheese.
Gentlemen, do you want to come with me to investigate this girl about the fucking Lord of Mirrors? Or do you want to stay here? Totally up to you. I know I've been dragging you all over creation.
I'll go with you.
I'll total. I'm gonna need my rock.
Yeah, we need our rock. Cabochon.
Rock joint custody.
That Rock has 2 dads.
Is there a Dwayne The Rock Johnson movie about that? Not about a rock, about joint custody.
I think there's multiple. I think there's multiple where he has joint custody.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, is it is it the hockey one?
Maybe.
Sorry, I'm gonna be thinking about.
Is it the game plan?
I think it's the game plan.
Yeah, I think so. Anyway, sorry. Continue.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, memory lane. Okay. She's gonna take 2 seconds, go back into her office, take a really long sip of really disgusting cold coffee, and start walking toward the kitchen.
Yep. You guys leave through the the back of the annex, back over towards the kitchen, where there is a path to the kitchen and the atrium, though there is no... It's mostly just carved out grass. But you make it over to the kitchen pretty quickly, and stepping inside, you can see that it's still pretty busy of the people who are kind of like late to lunch, kind of down in the... It's probably about 2:30 in the afternoon by this point. So there is a small crowd of people who were like, oh shit, I forgot to eat lunch, and came to grab something, hence the charcuterie boards. And you do see, leaving through the other entrance into one of the other towers that leads up towards the servants' chambers and things like that, is that girl that you remember whose name you now know to be Heidi.
Thank gods.
So I'm assuming that you rush over there, weaving through all the people.
Yep. She weaves through. She's very tall. She's very pink. I had to like casually approach her, like as much as possible. Try to look inconspicuous, like, oh, I'm collecting bits and pieces to make myself a lunch plate. Hi.
She is just about to step through the doorway into the small hallway for the tower, but stops as you kind of like say hi. She turns and she looks. Hi.
Hi. I had a small problem back in my department that I was hoping you could give me a hand with. Something about broken mirrors, something like that.
Make a deception check.
Deception?
Yeah.
I'm not deceiving her.
You're not saying that there's a broken mirror back in my department I need you to clean up?
I'm saying I need you to, talk to me about broken mirrors.
Okay, the way I heard it was like, hey, can you come clean this broken mirror up? Okay. She kind of...
And I need to break mirror.
She kind of stops and looks around a little bit. I think I know what you're talking about. So, I mean, I have a couple minutes. Can I eat while we talk?
Sure. Always. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I think of a quiet-ish place?
I mean, just across from the kitchen is the bell tower.
Yeah, let's do that and gesture my men to follow. My horrifying men.
Who, by the way, some of the people in the kitchen are like...
We are weird looking.
Wait, how many hours have passed since breakfast?
Several. You guys got up
They take,
just after dawn, and it's now 2:30.
Gore's going
He
to
has
grab a
me
bite
all
to eat.
day.
You just kind of grab a plate full of meats.
Yeah. Goes right past the cheeses.
Yeah. But the now four of you walk across the hall of the Crown offices and into the bell tower. there is a kind of like winding staircase up the bell tower, but kind of stepping off to the side onto the stairs, you're out of view from the hallway, and it is much quieter in here, despite how dramatic the music is. So, you step off to the side, and she's still kind of holding her plate, and Gore, you're just kind of like...
Yeah. They're having like a serious conversation, and in the background, it's me like 2 steps up.
Yeah, you definitely picked up what was supposed to be like a take your pick from this plate or whatever type thing. Definitely not like a take the plate thing, but nobody's gonna stop you. So...
So great.
But as you all kind of...
Arthur is probably standing, like, oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Probably standing just kind of behind Dodie, just listening to the conversation, but probably closer than Gordon.
Heidi kind of stands up on a couple of the steps, leaning against the wall and kind of like picking at her food a little bit. Yeah, what is this about?
I'm sure you probably noticed there was a lot of, like, hubbub going on this morning.
Yeah.
All the people yelling at each other. It's a really long story. But I'm kind of, like, looking into some elements of it, and there's this theme that keeps coming up, this Lord of Mirrors, and I'm not really from here, so I don't really know the lore. So I was wondering if I was told you might have just a little bit of insight into it.
Yeah, probably. What do you know?
Very little.
Okay, well, do you know the story?
Not really.
Okay. She kind of keeps looking back over towards the doorway, and she kind of sets her plate down on the windowsill and kind of runs her hands through her hair. Okay, so... It really depends on who you ask. Because, you know, people say it's a folktale, and so it has, like, different interpretations and things like that. But the more you hear about it, the more you start to notice it. All the different details. And, you know, stuff in this town isn't always what you think it is. Sorry. Sorry, I'm pulling up my notes. There we go, sorry. And especially in the castle. You work here. How long have you worked here?
3 years?
Have you noticed how people avoid certain places?
Like, I feel like there's some spaces in the Crown offices that I don't see people going in and out of.
Yeah. And I don't know if you are ever on the upper floors or anything, but there's definitely portions of the more private areas and definitely in like the Crown areas where people aren't supposed to go. And I always thought that was really interesting, so I started to look into it more. And the longer you're here, the more you'll hear people talk about the Lord of Mirrors. So, like I said, it depends on who you ask, the version of the story that you get. But I think the main one that people tell is that there was a lord of the Dire Mounts, in Dire Mount, like several years ago, and he often felt slighted by the crown, and he kept trying to gain more important positions, and he started to look into all of these different ways to gain more power and to expand his like abilities and stuff like that. And the crown kept telling him to stop. And so he took it upon himself to look into some of the darker parts of magic.
Ooh.
And he ended up cursing himself. And the crown, when he went to the crown to ask for help, turned him away. And then took all of his title from him and basically banished him out. And apparently like the curse like overtook him or whatever, and now he's constantly trying to get back into the castle and back to the crown, and is like haunting them or whatever. But like that's one version of the story. There's also, in my opinion, more likely versions.
Like,
have you ever noticed how private the crown is about the crown family?
yeah.
Some people say that the Lord of Mirrors was a family member that, in a similar vein, was slighted by the crown and ended up dying
Ooh.
because of mistakes that the crown made. And so now he lives in all of their reflections
Ooh.
and is trying to get back at them. With how I hear the people talk about the crown family's history, I think that's way more likely.
That's definitely something to be thinking about. Eretha, do you have any questions?
His hypothetically, with how slighted he feels, would he exclusively, is it exclusively an attempt to get back more power before he tries to infiltrate or steal to get what he wants? Would he go after just anyone, or do you think that there would be a reason?
Well, some people say that because he was in such high standing, that he had like living places and items and things that he had in the castle or in the city, and that sometimes those places are also where he appears in the shadows. But it used to be that he would bring bad luck when you interacted with certain reflections. But now the shadows are acting strange too. And maybe he is trying to get more power. Maybe that's how he's getting out of the reflections. I think he knows something that we don't. I think he knows something about the crown that we should definitely know by now.
I understand that your knowledge is mostly based off of stories you've heard, correct?
Yeah, and what I see in the castle.
Yes. A two-part question for you, then. He kind of looks over to where there's an opening. Is there anybody walking by or anything? No? Okay, cool. Hypothetically, if he decided to take someone, or if someone entered into his shadow or their reflection, how likely do you think it is that they're still alive?
I think that depends on who it is. Like, if one of the crown disappeared, I doubt that. But if they're useful to him, then maybe. But have you ever thought about where the mirror place would be? Like, what's the mirror to hear? She seems to kind of like look off a little bit, like she's really into this.
I think someone needs a hobby.
Girlie, take up knitting, please.
Honey, read a book.
You know, you wouldn't happen to know this secret, would you?
What do you mean?
That you said the mirror guy must know.
I mean, he has to know one, right? Like, we don't know what happened to him. Like, we don't know who he is anymore. There must be, like, something that he knows.
This main mirror. Have you thought about where it might be?
I do sometimes. It's gotta be in the castle, right?
From what you've said, that makes sense.
And it's gotta be like a doorway, because how would he... I think all the mirrors are connected. I think he sees through them like windows.
Oh, I really love her. Sorry.
Oh boy, oh boy.
The last question for you, at least from me. Do you think the best chance at retrieving something that was lost through the mirrors would be to just wait by one? To see if he comes along? Or is there anyone you know that might know a bit more about this?
I think there's people still working in the castle that were here before he disappeared.
Oh.
Like that.
Probably not many. But like that one, the old lady dwarf. Like, I don't know how old she is. I bet she's old, though. She might know. I never see her around, though, so I can never ask her anything. She doesn't seem very chatty, either. It's probably not a good idea.
Where in the building does she work, out of curiosity?
I think she works for the Crown family.
Oh.
I don't know, though. Like I said, I'm mostly down here on the main floor, but sometimes I get to go up into the upper floors. So.
You have been a fantastic help, really. Well done. Do you, out of curiosity, know where my office is?
No.
Okay, do you know that really stupid-looking additional building in the back of the courtyard?
Yeah, I think so.
That's me.
Oh.
You get any more information that you observe or you can think of, can you just send a memo to my office?
Okay.
That'd be so helpful. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I think it's real, but I think you do too. So I'm
starting to get a hunch.
I'm gonna go finish my lunch.
Word of advice. Don't be stupid. I understand interests. Don't let it consume you. But you have been helpful, thank you.
Okay. She walks off.
Her at 3 a.m. just gets a flashback of that and just sits up in bed drenched in sweat.
So,
Sorry.
oh, you're good. I was scrolling through my notes. She swans off. And you are left in the bell tower alone.
She looks between the two of them. That was productive, I think.
Yes, and quite ominous.
Ominous tends to be a theme around here.
I'm gathering. I'm guessing this is no offense to you, but I'm guessing with your position, you're not super close to the Crown family, are you?
I don't think I've ever met or even been in the same room. Sorry, Penny Claus. As any of them, except for, oh, by the way, that sickly child we walked past before was the prince. I probably should have mentioned that.
Eyes widen.
That's probably the only time I've ever been in the same room with any of them. I don't really know anything about them, but I feel like this is good information to take to Victor, who does know a little bit more than I do. A lot more, probably.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Is he on the ground right now, or
The only thing about that, I have no idea where his office is. I have a really bad sense of direction, and also he kind of moves about day to day, but he usually drops in the late afternoon, so... Yeah.
So we're going to just be waiting in your office again.
If it's not too much trouble. I mean, if you want to leave the grounds, obviously you're welcome to.
I'm not doing anything else, Mr. Gore.
I'm pretty much following you guys at this point, so.
Yes. But the... Never mind. And if Dodie leaves, he's gonna go to follow her.
Oh my god.
So you guys make your way back towards the annex?
Yep.
Okay. Walking through the crown offices again. Just for shits and giggles, go ahead and make another perception check, Dodie.
Oh god. Thoughts and prayers, thoughts and prayers, thoughts and prayers. Hey, that's an 18.
18. The door to that room still isn't closed.
Mm.
And the hallways themselves seem to be pretty empty. And the door furthest down into the new tower has been closed as well. You no longer see the young prince staring down the hallway.
Come on, Dodie. I, Tyler above game, must know what is in there.
I don't want to lose my job.
You're gonna lose it anyway, I think.
There's nobody here!
Oh man.
Oh,
There's
the
nobody
cat is
here?
loving a moment or something.
There's nobody here.
It doesn't look like it.
Can I walk up to the door and see if I can hear anything?
Yes, real quick question. Can you hear my air conditioning?
Not that I can notice.
Okay, sick. I have my mic set so that hopefully you don't, but he just came on real strong. So just checking.
Not really.
Yes?
I'm gonna piss.
Okay.
Alright, cool, I'm just letting you guys know where I'm going.
You're letting it settle!
I love how excited
Getting
Tyler
another
is.
drink. I must go.
Tyler's like, I must metagame now.
Oh, that's great. It's wonderful. I love this.
Oh man. Okay, let me go fill my water bottle up.
Yeah.
I hate not being in control, Blue. Because Gore doesn't know. He's not gonna walk in there. But if I was playing Alfred, that motherfucker would be right on that door opening that shit.
I love it so much.
Because I need to know. I need more dots, because...
Gore's along for the ride.
Mm-hmm.
I love the direction you guys are taking this. Because I knew
child.
it. These first 3 sessions, I was like, they're gonna make the decisions here.
A baby.
You know, I guess I could have put up the castle map this entire time instead of the continent map.
Oh. The amount of times I left, whenever I was streaming for, MKs, I just kept the city map up even when we were, like, all the way down at the bottom.
Yeah.
Say love you.
I also love how so much of the castle map is taken up by the municipal offices, and there's no reason to go over there.
That won't come up.
I mean, like, I don't want to go talk to the people in charge of the sewage. I don't want that.
No. Does water come out of my taps? That's weird, because why is there indoor plumbing? But
This one makes his grand return.
Piss boy.
worse.
2.0.
Yeah, you know the internet is forever, right?
Yes, I do. Is this okay?
Sometimes it is what it is.
What are you saying, Tyler?
I said sometimes it is what it is.
Just like that. Well, you walk up to the door, and you said you're trying to listen through it.
Yeah.
Make either a perception or investigation check.
Oh, let's go investigation. She's a little bit better at that. Another 18?
There's no voices.
Hmm.
Though now that you're this close to the door, you can hear the little bit of draft that is going through this small, tiny sliver that this door is open.
Hmm. Is that it?
You're just listening, right?
Yeah. I poke, see if I can get like one eye through the slat.
Okay. I'm gonna use that same check.
I appreciate it.
You kind of try to... It's like, you know when a door is just barely closed? Like, just enough that there's like a little bit of air passing through, but it's not standing ajar. You kind of try to get closer to it to see if there's a little sliver that you can see through. And you can hear more of that draft, but it's not open enough for there to be room to see through it. Unless you wanted to open it just a teeny little smidge.
I'm afraid.
Hey, while she's doing that and I'm seeing her do that, can I do something real quick?
Sure.
Sorry. Hold on. Never mind.
Yeah, that's
Never mind. I thought I have protection against good and evil, but I don't have detect good and evil. He doesn't know you like, so you're not gonna do that. So, I will instead just like stand by her and just kind of watch what she's doing, also keeping an eye out. But yeah,
I appreciate that. That's really appreciated. I mean, yeah. Fuck it. She's gonna nudge it open just a tiny little bit.
Okay. You open the door just a sliver, just so that you can see further in. And you're surprised by the amount of light that's in the room. As if there's a window at the back wall, letting in this clear, bright light. The tinge of it is slightly yellowed with the sun getting closer and closer to setting by every moment. And through the small sliver... Should I stall?
Hang on. Children are making poor choices. Sorry.
Through this small crack in the door, you can see little bits of dust catching light as they pass across the room with this little bit of draft. And you can see along the wall what look to be really short bookshelves with a litany of small, colorful books. And a rug sat on the ground, just barely peeking out into your view. And past that, what looks to be a small chair.
When you say small, do you mean like halfling or dwarf size?
Probably.
Great. Pretty. There's no sign of anybody in there right now?
No, and with as quiet as everything is around you, it's pretty easy to hear that there's no sound coming from this room.
Okay. I assume I can't read any of the book spines from here.
Probably not. They aren't large books either. Like, they're not like thick, heavy books. It's just like a bunch of little books.
Fascinating. Okay. As she kind of steps back, if possible, I would like to close it to exactly where I found it. Nudge it with my foot a little bit, just kind of.
I will say that
And
you
then
couldn't
step
see the entire room from how you had
Mhm.
the door open. You could just see the corner of it.
Oh, God.
Just in case that changes your course of action at all.
What are you doing? Oh boy. Honestly, she's gonna turn to Arathar. Just. You know how your entire policy is don't be stupid?
Yes, but there's no one in there, is there?
Not that I can see.
Then that's not overtly stupid to me. If it can give us some information, it's not stupid. And there's no one in there. If there was someone in there, it would be stupid. But if it doesn't seem like there's anyone in there, then it's useful. It's research. Information.
The research!
Research!
Goddess. Okay. Okay. Do you... Oh, gods. We can't leave Gore to stand watch, can we?
Well... No. Not Not outside the room, anyway.
Yeah. Here's my concept. Either we all go in, see what we see, or I send the two of you in to investigate and I just stand out here in the hallway since I technically belong here.
I will say, just real quick,
Uh-oh.
just
Yeah.
as well, from what you saw, it does not seem like it's going to be a very hard room to figure out. And as well, like I said, there's no one out here. I just want to keep providing context because you guys keep rolling pretty high.
Also, Gale is frozen.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, he is, isn't he?
Yeah.
2 seconds.
Five.
The amount of restraint it's taking to play somebody who has self-preservation skills.
It's like that. It really, really is.
Never done it before.
Tyler just wants to know everything.
I do. But I'm playing Gore. What?
Oh my god. I'm so deeply afraid.
I'm back, guys.
I'm so deeply afraid of these doors.
Doors.
I'm deeply afraid of anything blue ever does.
Yeah, that too.
That's just the truth of it. Okay. Viv looks back at Gore and then back at you. 3 of us are all pretty sizable. So if anyone comes through the door, it'll be 3. I think it'll be fine for all 3 of us. Just go in. It hasn't led us astray so far.
Alright.
Mr. Gore, do you have any objections? I don't think
No.
you do, but I'm just
I think we should all go in there.
Yep.
So
like clockwork.
He opens the door a little bit, like enough for everybody to go through, and just kind of gestures them inside before going in as well.
Okay. You step into the room, and it is quite stark, the difference between the hallway and this room. The hallway is very formal, though it is very, I guess, efficiently and extravagantly decorated. It does still feel very professional. Stepping into this room is almost a little bit shocking. The warm light of the afternoon seeps in through the frosted glass windows, each with a kind of overlaid check of metal, kind of creating diamond shapes in the glass. Around the walls are short bookcases and shelves, holding a litany of different small books and colorfully stained wood boxes. In the middle of the floor, there is a large, elaborate, circular rug with a rainbow of different colors, and that chair set off to the side seems to be a piece of a smaller table set of a small wooden table and 4 small wooden chairs. On the walls there are spaces where the paint has changed color, as if there were pictures and frames hanging up on the walls. The walls themselves are a light green color. And you start to realize pretty quickly that this is a children's schoolroom.
Oh.
And the thing that stands out to you the most, Dodie, is in the opposite corner from where you saw in through the doorway. There is a large, standing, wood-framed mirror.
Oh. What are you doing? Fine. Okay. Right. She just kind of like points it. Points it out.
I would like you also, Dodie, to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
we're done.
Okay.
So we're done for.
Well,
This is it.
She's got decent wisdom. She has the power of God and anime on her side. It's a nat 20 plus 5. Not kidding.
You've seen this mirror before.
Fuck. No. Oh, god damn it. Where are you, you son of a... I see you lurking in the dock, you son of a bitch. Oh, fuck off. Oh, god. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. God
Are
damn
we
it.
in it, boys?
Okay, she's gonna walk up to the fucking mirror.
Okay. This one, as opposed to in your dream
Mm.
is slightly broken. Thin, just hairline fractures go throughout this mirror, kind of ricocheting from the sides and spreading out like veins across its surface. The mirror itself is quite
Hold on.
dusty. You enjoying yourself, Tyler?
I'm writing so many notes.
Dude, you weren't kidding when you said you were gonna throw us in it, dude.
Fuck you guys. Welcome.
Oh, poor Joey.
Come on, silly game. I'm captivated.
I need it.
We can blame Tyler for this one.
I'm so sorry, my children are being horrible.
It's like that. Sometimes you're a kitty cat and you have to cause chaos.
I think Marcellus Langdon said that at one point, guys. I'm so sorry, my children are being horrible. Proceed to psychologically abuse them.
Okay, hairline fractures go throughout the glass, ricocheting down the sides and spreading out like veins.
Yes.
Emily.
The
We'll
the
find
wood almost filigree around it that holds this kind of oval-shaped mirror in place is quite dusty. Hello, child. Is quite dusty and kind of coats all of the surfaces of the room a little bit, including the shelves and the books, which you can now see as you're closer into the room, are children's reading books. Different picture books and chapter books with different colorful bindings and big bright words across the sides or on the front with different pictures and illustrations. Looking back to the mirror, you see that the actual surface of the mirror is nearly void of dust. And staring into its surface a little bit, you can see your reflection and the reflection of your companions behind you and the reflection of the room and of the light bouncing across the walls. And recognizing the mirror begins to pull your brain further and further back into memory. Into those visions that you've seen. Into the way that your heart races even now, thinking about it. And you focus your eyes again and look back up into the mirror, back into your reflection. And something cold drops into your stomach. Something in the reflection is wrong.
Yep.
Your eyes are wrong. Your reflection doesn't... Something's off, and you blink again, almost tempted to rub your eyes, and look back again. That's not the color your eyes are supposed to be. Your skin is too pale. You blink again, and your head is starting to hurt, and you can almost hear the draft in the room again, though you know that the door is not preventing the air from moving as it was. And you look back towards your companions again, who haven't seen anything wrong with the mirror so far. Looking back towards its reflective surface, you can swear for a moment you see somebody else's face. And in a second, it's gone. Pinpricks of black in your pupils as if somebody else is staring back at you. You doing anything?
Hold on. Out of curiosity, what color were her eyes very briefly?
Purple.
Ooh. Gonna back up a little bit and turn and look at the other two. Out of curiosity, do you fellows notice anything strange about the mirror beside it being cracked?
You two look at the mirror. It's not cracked.
Oh, fuck off.
What are you talking about?
Not cracked.
It's shattered. I mean,
It's perfectly intact. Arcana check.
Do an Arcana check.
Absolutely. Not getting too close to it.
Or- yeah.
But
Gore's immediately looking for a cloth. Preferably big enough to cover this thing up.
There's none in here.
Ugh.
19.
What are you looking for in particular?
Is there like some kind of enchantment on the mirror to make it like I guess he immediately would jump to like illusion magic, but just if it's just generally, if there's anything innately magical about it at all, but specifically like if it's illusion based or anything. Still, it's like why would?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
You don't see anything about the mirror initially that makes you think that there's an illusion on it. There doesn't appear to be anything that would point to that. In all honesty, it looks nearly like a completely normal mirror. But as you kind of take a single step closer, obviously not trying to get too close to it, but trying to see around where Dodie has stepped back from it, the shadows in the room's reflection that you can see do look darker. But you see no illusion. You see no sigils. Just doesn't seem right.
Kind of not completely approaches it, just kind of walk a little closer to it, but stop taking it over. This episode should have been titled Cats and Computers. Oh my god. My computer's yelling at me again.
Scottie Pippen.
she's in trouble.
That makes sense for her.
Oh,
I love her
I
so
love her
much.
so much, so.
Molly, you're okay.
So, Erithar, you step closer to the mirror.
Yeah, he does like a once over and he kind of takes off the sun and kind of looks back. It appears to be perfectly intact. There is something a bit off about it. The lighting isn't. The shadows are a bit off in the reflection and how they are out here. Is Gore? He kind of looks over at Gore. Has Gore found anything?
Are you looking for anything in particular, Gore?
Ooh.
Oh, I thought you said you were looking for something to cover the mirror.
Yeah, and Blue said nothing.
Oh, I missed that.
Or like nothing could cover it up.
Yeah.
Oh man. I think he's specifically gonna look for in the mirror if anything is different. Like, shadows aside, like maybe if like a book is different or something, like it's different color, or like any small details that are different like that.
Okay. Make either a perception or investigation check.
That's gonna be a perception from me, dog.
While he's doing that,
15.
Is this a mirror? It's on. Is it on a? I forget. Was it on a stand or is it like stuck to the wall?
It's one of those like oval-shaped wooden mirrors with a stand on the back of it, so that it's propped up at an angle.
Can I, while he's looking that over, can I, while keeping my distance, walk over and look behind it and see if there's anything about it, like, from behind?
Sure. I'll do this before I get back over to Gore. The stand itself seems to be covered in dust, and behind it, it's just kind of shoved into the corner of the room. It's just dust-covered floor.
Okay.
Gore, you start to kind of approach cautiously and look into the reflection to see if you can see anything behind yourself in the reflection of the room. And what did you roll?
A 15.
15. Now that Arethar's pointed out the shadows, you do notice they are darker and more of a grayish black than they are in real life. And I'd say with a 15, you would probably notice that the reflection of the books, you know how when you look into a mirror and you've got like words on your shirt, how they're backwards?
Mm-hmm.
These aren't backwards.
Oh, man. I hate this. Hey, those books aren't backwards.
What do you mean?
In the reflection. I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be backwards.
I assume if I look closer, I notice this too.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't no genius. But something tells me that's not a mirror. Gore's gonna start. He's gonna oversling his rucksack from his back and start sifting through it.
Okay.
I'm trying to be smart. I'm so sorry.
He's gonna. Oh, what does he have in his little rucksack? Let's see.
He's having a moment.
Yeah, I'll say while this is happening, Dodie, that familiar shiver up the base of your neck begins to happen.
No.
Okay, he's gonna take out a ration.
Okay.
I can't wait to see where this goes.
Airbo's flipping through his notebook while this is happening and like looking through his bag.
He's gonna look at both of them. He's gonna he's gonna toss the ration at the mirror.
What just out of curiosity, when you say ration, is this like in a container? Is this a portion of it? Like what is
It's
this?
it's like a piece of beef jerky.
Okay, so you take a piece of beef jerky and throw it at the mirror.
Yeah.
I needed specifics, because if you were just about to throw an entire can of Campbell's soup at this mirror, I was about to have questions.
But I love Chef.
You take this piece of beef jerky,
Priority.
and you look over at the other two people in the room, and then you just kind of toss it at the mirror, and it dunk, bounces right off of it, and falls onto the dusty floor.
He goes over, picks it up, puts it back in his bag.
Erica gets that long stare. For a second, he turns to Dodie. Leslie, do you have any suggestions?
I don't think it's a good idea for us to walk up and see if we start to go through it like a portal or something. I think the beef jerky was a good test idea, but it might just be, living mortal flesh.
By living mortal
Be
flesh,
my guest.
Do you think we could find a dog or a cat or something that's wandering the grounds? My face is breaking, his is not. He is completely serious. Perhaps we could give it a nudge in there. Also, this isn't... I'm wondering if it was this easy to find the central mirror that Miss Heidi was referring to, if perhaps this is it, or if this is just one of multiple.
That would be very convenient.
Feels a little too convenient. Perhaps for now we should return to your office and wait for your associate.
Hey, do we think the rock is in there?
It probably is. Probably if the Lord got Mr. Merrick's, the Lord got our rock. Our cabbage.
Dodie,
Core's listening to you, but he's walking towards the mirror.
Dodie, you can hear a
No.
sound from the hallway.
No, god damn it. What does it sound like?
Like a breeze,
Hmm.
like a draft.
No. Not a fan.
I really hate this, but my rock is in there. He's gonna touch his hand onto the mirror.
Dodie, as you're beginning to feel this and you start to glance back towards the door, you hear Gore begin to move, and you look back as he reaches out his clawed hand to touch the mirror and wince a little bit as his fingers touch glass.
Don't do that, you fucking idiot. Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm being kind now. Don't
Guys,
do
it's-
that.
Walk over and snatch you off the mirror.
Guys, it's not a portal. We're
I
good.
don't believe I've met anyone more foolish in my life. Weren't you the one earlier? Weren't you the one earlier that was telling me not to touch the fucking curtain that was over a mirror?
Yo,
Is that you?
I'm out of options,
Is you,
okay?
woman?
I need that goddamn rock!
I do too, but I'm not acting like an imbecile.
You don't need the rock, you just need to let them know not to test on it.
I need to know that the rock is in a safe place where it won't blow up or cause an explosion.
Yeah, well, what if the Mirror Man wants to blow it up, right?
That's what I'm concerned about, but we can't just go around touching mirrors that men live inside, can't we?
Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do.
If you're going to be an idiot,
What?
can you not be a hypocritical
Hold
idiot,
on.
please?
You got listen.
Can we have this conversation somewhere else? I would like both of you to be quiet for exactly 5 minutes while we leave this room, walk back down to my office, and then you can scream at each other. But until we get there, everybody shut up. Fine?
All right.
I'm gonna go over and see if I can hear anybody on the other side of the door.
You just hear that breeze.
Okay, great. I'm gonna open the door. And if there are horrors beyond my recognition outside, so be it.
You walk out into the hallway. I'm assuming the other two follow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you close the door fully, or do you leave it partially open like it was?
Oh, God.
I hated that so much.
I don't know what the right choice is. On the one hand, someone will know that it was messed with. On the other hand, I might be leaving open a gateway for unspeakable horrors.
To be fair, Gore's the last one out of the room, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. In that case, I'm just gonna let it be Gore's decision.
Alright, Gore, do you leave the door slightly open like it was, or do you close it?
Gore didn't know that the door was slightly open, so he's gonna close it.
That's
Okay.
decision.
Dodie, you feel that breeze past your ear for a second. It feels as if it moves your hair slightly. You glance down the hallway back towards the atrium.
I locked it out.
And you see at the end of the hallway, kind of almost turning into the atrium around the corner, is a woman.
Woman.
She has long, kind of wavy, almost unkempt hair, like it was pulled back at one point and has since basically all fallen out. Her dress kind of hangs off of her shoulder a little bit, though the quality of the dress that she is wearing is immaculate. She looks at you three with confused but wide eyes, and you can see that she maybe was once wearing makeup, but is no longer. The little bits of it left smudged around her eyes kind of stand out in contrast to her quite pale skin that's flushed across the cheeks a little bit. And she kind of grips onto a shawl that she has over her. She stares at the three of you in a little bit of a mix of bafflement and surprise. She looks almost like accosted a little bit before she realizes that the three of you are... I'm assuming once Dodie looks, the other two will as well. The three of you looking at her, and she... and rushes off down into the atrium.
We gotta go after her, right?
Is she familiar at all?
Make a history check.
She's not good at those.
Don't make Gore. Don't make Gore.
That's a nat 1 -1.
She does look familiar.
Oh, that's something.
No clue why. Erithar, do you have a question?
I don't know. I would feel better if it would be at disadvantage because I feel like he wouldn't know who she is. But could I roll disadvantage or straight roll to see if I recognize her? I don't know.
Yeah, roll a history check, but let's do it at disadvantage.
What about me for shits and giggles?
Yeah, also roll at disadvantage.
I probably have mega disadvantage. You know what? I have -2. That is mega disadvantage.
You
Is this
roll
history?
one.
Yes, history.
Oh man.
My history was a straight 10 at disadvantage, but up to a 17.
Oh yeah.
Up to a
Oh
what?
yeah.
17.
How about you, Gore?
A 0?
Nice. That woman ran away pretty quick. Didn't really get a good look at her. Dodie, you're kind of standing a little bit in shock for a moment, still feeling that shiver up the back of your spinal cord, and feeling this draft kind of slow down and stop next to your ear. Erithar, you look at the woman as she's running away, and then look back at Dodie and Gore, and then look back down to the end of the hallway where you saw the prince, and then look back to where the woman was. And you said 17?
Yes.
You don't know jack shit about the history of the Diremake family. But that is the second tired-looking, black-haired, nicely dressed person you've seen today. If you were gonna hazard a guess, she's probably a part of the Crown family.
He's gonna just point back where she went and look at Dodie and also go royal.
Oh,
I surmise.
that would make sense.
Do we want to question said royal now, or do we want to go to your office as originally planned and wait for your associate?
I'd like to go regroup. That's all right with you.
All right.
I don't know if we're gonna get another chance to talk to her.
I don't
You
think
can
we
do
have a
what you
chance
want
to
to.
talk to her now.
I mean, I could catch her.
I would prefer if you didn't.
I would love to watch that happen. Absolutely. I would.
So I'm chasing after her then.
That was explicitly sarcasm, and he walks quicker. Cody.
I'm never gonna get my rock.
She's just start walking, and if Gord chases after her, that's his execution warrant.
So Gertie, chase after her?
No, he's not going to. He's not gonna get arrested.
You're never gonna get your rock then.
I know he wants to so bad, but
So do I.
So you walk back to the annex.
Yeah, we walk back to the annex. Does everything seem to be in its normal place, or have we stepped into the Twilight Zone?
Everything seems to be correct. And as you step back into the annex, you can see that Jen is kind of like nodding off to sleep a little bit. And wakes up as the doors close. Hey. Sorry, it's been a boring ass day. Ugh.
I'm just testing a theory here, making sure all is right with the universe. What's your favorite drink?
Oh, that one down at that tavern that I always go to that has the pieces of pineapple in it with like the shit ton of rum.
We are not in an alternate dimension. And she just kind of walks into her office.
Now I want that drink.
You can leave for the day if you want to.
You sure? I've still got like another hour or two.
Stick around for 20 minutes and then you can go.
Sick. You walk
Wait, you
back
said that
into your
drink's got-
office.
we said that drink's got pineapples in it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
It's so good.
Question for God.
Yeah.
Where do pineapples grow on Yoon?
Not in Zurham.
No.
You probably have
Is it
better
Pyresana?
chances in Pyresana or on some of the islands. So definitely imported. Who knows how expensive that drink is?
I just had to ask. I think you're wrong. I think pineapples grow in the Lacklands.
Can you imagine?
There's nothing that grows up there but potatoes and beets.
Oh, so many beets.
And childhood trauma. Okay.
You walk back into your office.
Yeah, she hasn't eaten anything today, so she's gonna find a box of crackers on some random shelf and the pickle jar out of her desk, and she's just gonna like make herself a little snack.
There are a couple heart-shaped, bright pink, what look to be mints on a little napkin on your desk that has Jen's handwriting next to it that just says Jen.
Aw. It's nice of her. Will one of you close the door behind you?
As the last one in, Gort closes the door.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So there's freaky shit going on with mirrors. And it's possible that Ponyboy got snatched into one.
I think that's not even a possibility anymore. I think that's definitely what happened.
Probably has you rock with him.
Of course it does. Of course it does. That's... If this, normally, if it was just a normal mirror shadow creature that just was content with living on its own in said shadows and mirrors that just snatched people up randomly, that's not really my problem. You know, if he ends up stuck with the rock in that circumstances, that means the rock is safe in there and it can't really be used. But considering the lore that was handed to us by Miss Heidi, if this Lord of Mirrors is indeed trying to obtain a large amount of power, and then that is concerning to me. Because it's never easy. I don't know a lot about, I don't know shit about Dynamic history or the politics or whatever. Is there that woman, is that a princess's? That has been the queen? I don't know.
Based on her physical appearance and or her age. And or I'm sure there are portraits hanging fucking everywhere. Might I be able to surmise who that is?
I think with working in the castle, you could.
Yeah.
From her age, especially, I think, though you have seen a portrait of her somewhere, the more you think about it, the more you realize that there are lots of portraits of important historical figures, and honestly not that many portraits of the family.
That seems important.
But from her age, and from what you know about the family, even just the little bit that you do, that was definitely the queen.
Yeah. If I had to hazard a guess, I'd probably say that that's the queen. I don't really go work in the main building very often, and I don't really see people, and I don't really go to events. I just kind of hang out in here, where things are quiet and normal, and there are no freaky mirrors. I'm not gonna lie, I am quite frustrated with the fact that that mirror has been 200 yards from my office for the last 3 years, and I didn't know it was right there.
Well, I wouldn't, normally I would consider that quite foolish, but there wasn't a lot of energy coming off of it, so it was mostly a closed door and a presumably unused room, so how could you have known, really? Also, Miss Lee, since this is I know that you work for the Crown, but since this is a personal matter for me and Mr. Gore, as I said before, you're free to just continue your work here. We can go inquire elsewhere. It is frustrating. You have been a great deal helpful to us so far.
I'm invested now. Here's the thing about the mirror is I've seen it maybe once a month, every month for the last 10 years. It's one of the very few constant things in my life is that fucking mirror in my fucking dreams here. She starts rummaging through her file cabinet and pulls out the transcript that she wrote this morning and puts it like flat out on the desk. This dream. Every month for the last 10 years. Last night included. That fucking mirror.
Is it all written? It's all written down.
It is all written down.
She's got it memorized by this point.
Yeah.
Gore leans over to Erthar. Can you give me the can you give me the download later?
Absolutely. Absolutely I can.
Thanks.
If you don't touch any more mirror.
You know, now that I'm thinking about it, and this mirror means so much to you, maybe you should have touched it.
Did you say that to Erithar or to Dodie?
To Dodie.
No offense, Gore, but I didn't exactly feel like being sucked into an alternate dimension right now. You're slightly more expendable to me, personally.
Isn't that true?
Hey, listen. I'm willing to fight him off, so...
That's great. I have a fucking life mission to finish.
Honestly,
She drinks pickle juice.
you are a religious woman.
Technically.
Do you believe that there's sort of a divine connection?
Absolutely.
That makes sense then. Well, I think this is very helpful. This is very good. I believe, first of all, I think that a little 11-year-old princeling spying on us and seeing us isn't as concerning as the Queen, who notably saw all three of us leaving the aforementioned unused room.
Yeah, I foresee losing my job.
Yes, but
Sorry, the way you said that really got me for some reason.
She's the future.
But perhaps if we find this dwarven woman Miss Heidi mentioned, and you mentioned this, perhaps it didn't seem from the way she was looking at us that we were in any kind of immediate trouble. Perhaps we could find a way to speak to someone that maybe isn't the king, but maybe her or one of the don't know. But I feel like they are more willing to be helpful if you relay this information to them. I think this is very helpful, especially since you work for the Crown, you know? What?
What if she didn't want to be seen? And we tell someone, and then she gets in trouble. What if we find her and blackmail her with the information?
Why?
That we know she was
I
down.
don't think we should blackmail
First
the
recommendation.
Okay, not blackmail, but like be like, hey, we saw you.
That's
Queen.
so
Whatever it is
mean.
about blackmail or blackmail adjacent is not the way to go. Absolutely not.
Especially when it comes to the fucking royal family.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is
Family
like,
has more-
what if we just like do what you say and like we mention that we saw her or whatever to someone, and then she gets in trouble? Then we'll never know anything.
I don't think that we should just go to anybody. I think we should go to the people that have been suggested to us. That way we make the least amount of fuss about it. No blackmail.
I used the wrong word. That was my bad.
It definitely was.
Before we start involving ourselves with anybody, before we just go blindly trusting anybody, because this seems so fucking fucked, I would like to run the information that I have past the one person in that building that I trust.
Yes.
Because
Sorry, I'm dying at Tyler.
I was like, no, don't trust it.
I know Dodie trusts that motherfucker, but I've never trusted a
I don't think
motherfucker
we
named
should.
Victor in my life.
Keep her off.
Might I ask, what exactly is it that he does?
He works for the crown.
Yes, but so do you. Both of you don't work in the same office. What specifically does he do to work for the crown?
He is a little bit more involved than I am. It's of a delicate social nature. When things happen in the kingdom, he's the person they send.
Miss Lee.
Please call me Dodie.
I don't know you. I don't mean this as any offense toward you or your associate, but the phrase delicate social nature really doesn't, it's not promising that he'll be able to be discreet about this. And perhaps the way that at least me and Mr. Gore, maybe you have different preferences, and that's your bag, but me and Mr. Gore, we have a, oh god. If he's I just want to be careful that maybe I don't know. I'm sure I'm not saying anything against his character. I don't know.
Then
Mr. Gore, what do you think?
I'm trying to piece together his thoughts myself.
I should just stop asking him for his input.
Hold on, I've got something right. I've got something. So we can't, hear me out. So we know there is a secret with the crown that the mirror guy wants, right? What if that secret has to do with, like, the crown, like, being corrupt?
No.
So then we should trust nobody working for the crown. That's what I say.
Well, of course the crown is corrupt, Mr. Gore. It's government.
You'll have to excuse me. I don't know how government works.
I would love to
So,
unpack
you
that
know
later.
what? Count your blessings there.
Then, listen. I think that the two of you should go back to your lodgings for the evening. Go relax, because it's probably the last time you'll be able to do so for a while. I will stay here. I will stick to my perspective. I will stick to my information and my goals. I will see what he's learned over the course of the day. And then I will come find you later. Can I find you in the establishment of one Crank Noodles later?
Gore turns to Arathar. Does he have good ale?
No.
It's full of noodles.
I don't know if I feel confident about that. But you have been incredibly useful so far.
Oh, thank you.
Competent. You're fine. Me and Mr. Gore will be at Mr. Noodle's establishment. Wait your arrival. Do be careful on the way there. If things go well here, people are apparently vanishing in mirrors and shadows, so he stands up and kind of nods and turns to walk out.
I will do my best to not disappear into any mirrors.
Gore stands up, goes to follow Arathar.
Okay. You two begin to make.
I want Gore. I'm so bad. I'm so sorry. I want Gore so bad. The way I want both of them so bad.
Cool. Polly. I would like you guys to look at what I just sent in the meme chat.
Oh man.
Please load.
So important.
I have to go. Anyway, Gore, Arathar, you make your way out. You see Jen is packing up her stuff for the night as you begin to leave. Unless you say
Gore
anything.
says later, Jen.
Nice. She goes, bye.
Probably see you tomorrow. Whatever.
Okay, whatever.
It's contagious. Why did you say whatever? Anyways.
Soulmate.
You walk a little bit more carefully through the Crown offices again and out towards the atrium. I'm assuming keeping an eye out over your shoulder to see if the Queen is just lurking in any of the corners.
God damn it.
You doing anything, Gore?
Probably not.
Okay. You walk through...
I think at one point he leans over to Arathar and he's like, so we're not sneaking around, right?
I think.
And doing our own investigating.
It's highly tempting. But
Listen,
we
we can like...
You and I. This statement is no offense to you. Many other statements I make towards you are full offense towards you. But this one, me and you are very tall, large, unusual looking creatures.
Mm-hmm.
And we have been spotted around with another tall, slightly unusual looking woman that
Mhm.
works for the government.
Mhm.
So if people who have seen us walking around before see us walking around now, all by our lonesomes, that will stand out because we, Mr. Gore, are quite literally freaks.
Yes, but hear me out. I've been a freak for a long time.
No.
Nobody
So have
fucks
I.
with me. Nobody fucks with me, right?
That's because you look
Nobody's going to approach us. I can promise you.
hypothetically, what would we do?
If what? If somebody approached us?
If we go and do our own investigating, Mr. Gore,
Mm-hmm.
hypothetically, what would you do? If you don't know, then why the fuck are we even talking
Well,
about it?
obviously we're gonna go try and find the queen. I mean, what else is there to do?
I don't want to try and find the queen without
Listen.
another government official beside me. Miss Lee is the one that knows the castle.
We saw where she went.
Yes. Let's just go to... He kind of puts his hand on Gore's
Listen.
shoulder, pushes him forward, walk to leave. No,
As you like to say, this is all hypothetical, so we can go to Crank Noodles.
Yes, I like that not hypothetical scenario infinitely more than the hypothetical scenario of us sneaking through the castle without Miss Lee with us.
But think about how easily we could throw her under the bus.
I wish you would
Continues
shut the
off.
fuck up in front of us.
You make your way back to Crank Noodles' tavern, aka the Tin Cask Tavern. As you walk, you're a little bit more cautious of the shadows and the things that you see. And Gore, I'm assuming, as you pass by the atrium, you just give a quick little glance.
Yes.
You
A very
don't...
detailed glance.
Okay, would you like to make a perception check?
Yes.
Okay.
He
You
so
know what,
wants
I'll
to see
probably
her.
be side-eyeing it. Can I give him advantage?
Yeah.
He so wants to fucking go after her. Oh, where'd my D20s go?
He's ripped
Or-
away.
God. Where are you? Oh, it's a +0. That's a 19 though.
19? Okay. As you pass by the atrium, you do not immediately see any figures. You do not see the queen lurking off in the corner, standing behind a pillar, just watching you. You also do not see
Damn it.
the crown prince anywhere, also lurking and staring. So far, the crown family does a lot of staring. You do, however, hear a slight breeze, almost like a draft, throughout the room. And Arathar, as you're walking and as Gore slows his step just slightly, just enough for you to notice and be like, hey, you motherfuck, you also begin to hear that breeze as well. It does not sound like it's coming from anywhere in particular, and as you're walking, it doesn't get louder or softer. It just seems that once you've crossed the threshold from the hallway, that there just happens to be a draft. You said 19?
Yes.
I'm going to say because Arathar gave you advantage, you both then start to hear a tiny, almost tinging, popping sound. Like one you might hear off of cooling glass or ice in a sub-zero winter's day. Just a tiny, like, just tingling in the air.
Is it same as the breeze? Does it not seem to be coming from anywhere in particular?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just kind of, you barely hear it.
Arathar, we gotta check it out.
No, we
We have to. And listen, if we get any good information,
5 minutes.
5 minutes?
I'm saying yes right now. But 5 minutes.
he's going towards the atrium.
Okay.
They're both so nosy.
He wants this goddamn rock.
By this point, the sun has basically set. There are the slightest bit of colors of purples and pinks and oranges on the very far reaches of the sky that you can see outside the glass dome of the atrium above you. And as you've been running about the day, you realize how quickly time has passed. It's quiet in the atrium now. There is basically no one in any of the halls, as everybody has basically gone home. The glass extending on the walls from the bottom floor where you are up to the upper floor balconies and glass walkways as well catch the dimming colors from outside. The rest of the large stone expanse around you casts deep violet shadows on the vibrant foliage. You kind of stop for a moment in the center of the atrium looking around. That draft, that breeze, is getting stronger as well. And though it does not seem to move any of the foliage around you, though it does not seem to affect any of the plants, you do still hear it. Occasionally feel it glance across your skin. And as well, that tiny popping sound, that little tings of cooling glass or ice or something, still continues. Glancing around the room, it feels darker than it should be. Of course, the sun is setting. It is getting darker everywhere in the castle as some of the candles have not been lit, the sconces have not been attended to. But it is darker in the atrium than it should be. And it's getting darker by the moment. Every passing second, that blackish gray seeps in. The purple shadows begin to mute the green of the leaves until in the dim light they begin to all look more grayscale. As if color is seeping from your vision. Are you doing anything?
I'm gonna keep walking.
Yeah. Hey,
I think
man, we are in the shadow realm.
Yeah, I think something just clicked in my brain. I don't want to be here anymore.
We're on the real plane anymore. Oh,
Something tells me we might be in the mirror world.
oh, so sorry, Jody.
We should have listened.
Listen, just the breeze, he wasn't going to do anything, but then he started hearing the popping, and he connected that it was like glass, and he was like, yeah, we got it.
You idiot.
And as the color is fading, he's probably going to start being more concerned, and can I make a, Arcana check, or an intelligence check, just to see maybe what is happening?
Sure.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know what specifically he would be looking for, but...
Gore, also Arathar would know, is kind of making sure that his wraps on his hands are tightened up.
Yeah, he's holding his
Punch a ghost.
Kind of fidgeting.
That's a 18.
18. The color has only ever faded from your vision one other time, and it was nothing like this.
If I turn around, does the color look like it goes back to the way that it was from behind me, or is it the same?
Like, just staring or moving?
Just staring.
From where you stand, everything seems to be muted. You know when you are in the dark and your vision is just barely good enough to see what's in front of you, and everything is sort of grayscaled down and muted? It's kind of what it looks like right now.
If we're about at 5 minutes, Mr. Gore, I believe that we should at least attempt to go back to where we were. If that is not feasible, then it simply is what it is. But I think we should make an attempt to turn around and go back, however futile it might be. Also, a follow-up question. You wouldn't happen to have a sending stone on you, would you?
No.
Do you know what that is? It's another rock.
No idea.
Why did I listen to you? I know why I did. It's
You helped. You helped make this decision. And
I
now
know
we
I
have to
did.
commit. You cannot wimp out now, Arathar.
You are getting to about the 5-minute mark.
Can we at least attempt to go back and see if it goes back the way that it was, and if we're not permanently stuck in grayness?
I think. Hear me out, because we're gonna go back, and then if we're not permanently in grayness, hold on. If we go back and we're not permanently in grayness, we're gonna come back anyways. But if we go back and we're in permanent grayness, then we're scared, and then we have to go anyways. So either way, going back is not a good idea here. We just keep going.
I hope that the Lord of Mirrors eats you alive.
I hope he's a nice guy, and he continues walking.
So, are you walking... What direction are you walking?
The atrium, were there stairs?
Yeah, the
room
map
that starts with them?
is in the Discord as well, if you guys can still see that. But the atrium is kind of like an octagonal room set in between the Crown offices and the municipal offices. There are floors above you, but they are connected to the rest of the castle. The way to get up there would either be to go into one of the office spaces and go to one of the staircases, or to move to the back of the atrium where the door out into the grass is behind the castle.
I feel like if we're looking for persons of interest, our best bet is to stay inside the building.
Yeah.
So why don't we find a fucking staircase?
There's no signs, or is there? Or it's like staircase.
Everybody's gonna start just looking around and finding offices where the stairs are.
Well,
Yeah.
the way that you came from was directly near the bell tower where that staircase that you stopped on earlier was. You're assuming that there's a staircase back towards the municipal offices, and there's also that staircase that connected between the kitchen and the atrium further down towards the back of the castle where all that grass is outside.
Part of me wants to see what's in the grassy area.
Does he say that out loud?
No. That was me. Oh man.
This is so funny.
Don't let Gore make the decision.
I mean, he's already walking and towards the where you just said like the staircase was, right?
Which one?
Cause there's the
The
one.
one on the.
Hold on.
I guess the one that's out in the grassy area then.
Okay.
Like the one that's near there.
One
Okay,
near the
yeah, towards
kitchen.
that one then.
Okay, so you walk further into the atrium to make your way back towards where the kitchen is and where this large back wall of glass is out into the grass behind the castle. As you approach, it is, like I said, quite dark in here, much darker than you would expect it to be, and so it is quite difficult to see out of the glass from this distance. It's darker outside as well than you expect it to be. And since you have entered this area, you have not heard footsteps or people moving around whatsoever. Are you perhaps looking out the window as you approach? That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Make a perception check for me.
I'll give him advantage.
Yours is probably better than mine
Would
is.
it be better if I made an individual one?
You can both make an individual one if you want to.
I'll make an individual one.
Yeah, yeah. Not bad. That is a 15.
15.
19.
19. Getting closer to this back wall of glass and windows, you kind of both glance at each other and then get close enough to the glass that you can see through it. You see the back lawn of the castle, the grass, and the almost trail-like area that you know leads back towards the annex. In the setting light of the sun, much darker than you expect as well, the grass almost looks black. The trees behind it casting black-like shadows. And as you get close enough to the glass to peer through it, for a moment you see your reflection. And both of you, for a moment, stop, slightly jolted awake, I guess, by the presence of your reflection before you realize that it's you. It is mirrored, and your hand is following your hand when you move it. But there is no color to your reflection. It is just gray.
I can put this face in his hand. I think you put it so graciously, Mr. Gore, that we are indeed, in fact, in the mirror world, as it would seem.
You know what that means, Aerithar?
What does it mean? It could mean so many things.
No, that means the Rock is here.
Somehow, the Rock is the least of my concerns right now. Is it somehow the most... You know what? I respect that. I respect it. I'm wondering.
Sorry, I'll be right back, sorry.
You're good. Do you want me to stop?
He can't hear you.
I'm gonna stop.
You guys.
I'm so sorry.
We've split the party.
You split the party and went into the mirror dimension. How's she ever going to find you?
Doty's gonna show up to
Sorry.
crank Noodles, and Noodles gonna be like,
They're not
"They
here.
never showed up."
Like, is he gone?
Am I a man down? Rest in peace, Arathar.
Dodie's gonna look into the mirror and see us just.
It's like Coraline when all the dead ghost children are like trying to convince her to go home. That's what it is.
Sorry, continue.
I wonder, Mr. Gore. There are two options that are at least in my brain. I don't know what, if anything, is in yours other than rock. Martha got me. One of the options is I don't know if we should go and find this Lord of Mirrors all willy-nilly, but we either try to find Merrick's alive or dead body to get the cabochon off of him. Or, in terms of finding other people, maybe the royal family, since they're all gross and ratty looking, maybe they live in the mirror world. Maybe that's where they come from. So maybe we'll find a little 11-year-old princeling, and he'll help us. I'm saying that, it's not very likely. Or we can go and try to find the mirror in the classroom, and we can see if we can see Miss Lee through it or anybody else, and like wave at them. I don't think that's how it works. This feels more along the lines of wizard shit and god shit and planar shit that I'm not super familiar with. So I don't know. If I'm not familiar with it, then we're fucked, Mr. Gore. Those are the two ideas. Do you have anything to contribute other than that, or do you want to perhaps do building blocks on either one of those items? Honestly, either one would be greatly appreciated.
If I had to choose one, I think we go with finding Merrick. Because I want my rock.
I also want our rock. I have several questions for you, and maybe after this you'll be more willing to answer them. But perhaps question for God.
Yeah.
So we know that he went back to the archives, and we know that he went back to the archives to grab the artifact, and then he left again.
Yes.
Okay, but that's all we know. We don't know where he went after that because he went missing. They don't know where he is.
Yeah. You know that
Okay.
he left you guys. At some point that night, he went back to the archives and got the artifact. And then at some point, either before or after that, he was in his hotel room because the candle was lit. After that point, no fucking clue.
Here's what I suggest, Mr. Gore. We go to either the archives or Mr. Merrick's hotel room, and we can try to figure out where he was, and maybe we can pinpoint where he got snatched, and we can find clues from there. And maybe the capital.
If I had to wager a guess, it was here.
You know, that makes sense.
Because I don't think... I don't even know if we're going to be able to get back into his hotel room.
I don't know. I was assuming that maybe the whole world is mirror now.
Maybe.
It was open world.
Hopefully not.
Gore.
Why don't we go?
Yes!
Make an... Let's do an insight check.
$18.
Frustration. and urging.
Oh man.
Hello.
What is this? It's not an empath. What is he? Mr. Gore, if we can't settle on anything, then I'm just going to start opening doors and looking through things, and I'll probably start with the classroom. What?
God damn it.
He's thinking real
I'm
hard.
thinking so hard.
You can probably tell at this point the difference between him zoning out and him legitimately thinking, so he will give him a...
Let's try the mirror.
Right on. He's gonna start walking towards where the mirror is.
You walk back through the center of the atrium, and you hear for a moment as that wind grows stronger again, and then begins to dim. Walking back to the edge of the atrium to where it connects to that hallway that connects down to the Crown offices, you kind of continue to look around just in case there's anybody or anything moving, and as you step further and further out of the threshold of the atrium, you watch as the color begins to return to your vision.
God damn it.
God damn it!
Damn it.
Why am I weirdly disappointed?
I am very disappointed.
I'm not. I'm so glad that you guys aren't trapped in the mirror world, and she doesn't have to just give up and say, well, I guess I'm never gonna see those bastards again.
Oh, that's so funny from Dodie's perspective. She has no idea it's happening. They just had a whole heart-to-heart conversation like, we're stuck here. We're gonna have to figure out what to do.
They're like,
That
mirror
happens.
world.
Erica was like, oh,
Listen, okay, we got some good information.
let's go to Crank Noodle's establishment.
I thought we were going to the mirror.
No, not anymore.
Come on.
That was plenty of information for now. That was way more than 5 minutes. I was generous. And generosity might have coincided with me thinking we were trapped together. So, we're going to go to the Ten Cast Tavern and wait for Miss Lee.
Okay.
What I fucking thought. He's gonna start walking in that direction.
Damn it.
That was so fucking funny. You make the rest of the walk uneventfully. Of course, keeping an extra eye out in any of the shadows behind the lamps and in the alleyways and the various other things that cast shadows. But you continue, and you make it to Crank Noodles' tavern practically without any issue, aside from the myriad of things that you're thinking of. And as you walk in, you watch Crank Noodles suddenly appear from behind the counter, like jumping up.
Hello, Mr. Noodle. You wouldn't happen to have any ale on hand, would you?
Maybe.
Noodle free, please. 2 of them.
Maybe not.
We'll take a maybe.
He does towards you, Gore. And he disappears into the back. While that happens, we're gonna go back over to Dodie.
God damn.
I know we've gone quite late, but there is one more thing that I think needs to happen before we end this session.
Oh.
That was so fucking funny to me. Okay. So, Dodie, you hear your companions leave to go back to Crank Noodles and to just relax for the evening. Supposedly. You hear Jen pack up the rest of her stuff, and then her tiny footsteps approach your door. I'm gonna leave.
Okay. Get home safe.
You staying here longer?
Just for a little bit. I haven't been in the office all day, so I've got to catch up on some things.
Makes sense. Okay, well, I'm gonna go.
If you end up going to any other dog birthday parties, let me know.
Okay. I don't think
So
there's
I'm
any more
interested-
this month, but...
I'm interested in this phenomenon now.
Yeah, it's kind of gotten, like, more popular with people that I know, and it's weird, because, like, I don't have a dog, but, like, if I did, I would kind of be into it, I think. I think I would be
Yeah.
into the dog birthday.
Makes
Anyway.
perfect sense to me.
I'm gonna go. Bye.
See you in the morning.
See ya. And she walks out.
The second Jen walks out the door, she goes full conspiracy mode. She starts clearing off surfaces. She's got her like enormous calendar laid out. She's tracking the frequency of this dream. If she had a pushboard to put yarn strings on, she would, but she doesn't. So instead, she's just like trying to calculate the frequency and like what could possibly have led up to this. Like, are there any like phenomena that are like similar in like the lead up? She's got her hair thrown up. She looks like a crazy person.
Wonderful. You begin to scour through your information, through your files, trying to remember, okay, what night did the stream happen on? Okay, I have it written down on this night, which means what happened the day before that? Fuck. I don't remember what I had for breakfast yesterday.
Right, I didn't.
And you continue. I'm assuming that you're doing this for a while.
Yeah.
Eventually, you do suddenly hear a knock on your doorway. You didn't hear any of the doors opening, but you were pretty preoccupied when you look up and you do see Victor is kind of peeking in, kind of hand still on the doorway where he just knocked.
She very slowly sets her pen down, kind of straightens herself out. Eventful day?
You would have no idea.
I think I can guess.
Same for you then. He comes
Yes.
in and he kind of sits on the edge of your desk.
Kind of, smooths the calendar out and sits on her chair semi-normally. So, did you get any more insight into where this fellow went?
Guards can't seem to find him anywhere. They checked back at his room, which seemed to have been ransacked, maybe. But
Well, I don't know if ransacked is the word I would use.
I'll choose to overlook that.
The bed was torn to shreds.
Sorry, I tried to hold it together, I couldn't. He kind of leans in a little bit more and kind of reaches up and undoes one of the buttons at the top of his shirt. None of the other fucking academics can seem to come up with a single goddamn place he could have run off to. I'm assuming, since you're here and there's no Merrick's, that you had no luck looking for him either.
I think I've got a few interesting things, but none of them really point to a concrete location.
I have a feeling this is going to stretch out for a while.
Probably.
You know, with a run-of-the-mill fucking artifact, the wizards come in and they fucking leave, but This seems to be more particular.
The letter that he sent me, he seemed pretty convinced that it was something divine, but nobody would listen to him. Which is why he wanted me to look at it. And then, I don't know, he's just disappeared. Very deliberately said that if I was going to be in the area today, I could come look at it. Which, I don't know.
Divine? How do you mean?
Like, my guess, I mean, I haven't looked at it, obviously, but since it came up in a storm, I'm pretty sure it's Periok related. He just said that it had some kind of... There were really strong readings of divine energy during the storm that he was picking up, and he was frustrated that nobody else wanted to pay attention to that. And, you know, I can understand how that feels.
Yes, well, I see why he would come to you with it.
Yeah.
You know about that quite well.
I don't know.
The two lackeys that were following you around. Are they interested in it?
To be honest, I'm not exactly sure what it is they want or what their motivations could be. I just know that they seemed concerned about it and wanted my input. She gets up and she sits on the other edge of the desk and just kind of loosens her hair and lets it fall down. I don't know quite yet how this is related to Merrick's, but it is.
He reaches up and he pushes a strand of hair out of your face.
Shudders for a moment and looks up at him before returning her gaze back down. I think that there's something going on that's related to some kind of local legend, and I know that that sounds fucking insane, but I really do think that it's a problem. And I don't know a lot about it, because obviously I haven't done a whole lot of conforming to the local culture in the time I've been here.
Legend?
There's something about this Lord of Mirrors that started popping up, and it seems to be related to the mirror that was covered in his room and
What are you talking about?
Have you heard of this story?
The Lord of Mirrors.
Yes.
What does that have to do with any of this?
I don't know, it just started to come up. And look, all of this is a really roundabout way of saying that I was trying to look into it more. And then I was wandering around the castle and I found the fucking mirror from my fucking dream.
I'm not understanding.
I probably sound crazy.
I'm just confused.
I went out last night, supposedly to meet up with Merrick's, and somebody at the tavern started talking about this Lord of Mirrors character, and then he showed up and he was really concerned about being chased by shadows, and I think there was something about a puddle at some point, and so I just kind of put that in the back of my mind, and I showed up this morning to talk to him, and obviously there was that whole kerfuffle going on, how he's suddenly gone missing. And after, you saw us in the archive, we went to his room, and the mirror was covered up. And I don't know, I don't remember how it all happened, how we got on this path to wanting more information about this legend. But we came back here, and I found a girl who knew a lot about it. She got me up to speed, because I don't know shit about shit.
A lot about the legend.
Yeah. And, she gave me some insight, and then I started walking back toward my office, and No, I really shouldn't have done this. But there was a door in the Crown offices that was open, and
What
so
door?
one of the random unmarked ones. The big important ones, right by the atrium. Right?
Yeah, it's down from the atrium, kind of in the hallway.
Yeah. It's on the hallway. There are these 3 huge unmarked doors in the hallway that nobody ever goes in or out of, and one of the doors was open, and so I got curious
No,
because...
there's no way it was open.
Just a little bit. It was open.
Which door?
The one in the middle? The one in the middle.
It was open.
It was cracked open, yeah.
Is it still open?
No? But my curiosity was getting the better of me, and so I went inside, and there's this whole room in there.
You went inside.
I know, I'm just fucking
You
stupid.
should not have done that. Did anyone see you? Did those 2 others go in with you?
No.
Make a deception roll.
Oh, I'm so afraid right now. Dirty 20.
Okay. Okay. Did anyone see you?
No.
No one.
No.
You should not have gone in there.
I know. But I felt like she was pulling me in there.
No.
Anyway.
I do not know what is happening with any of these academics, or what they want, or what this artifact is, or any of it. But I can say with the full certainty that there is no Lord of Mirrors. It is a folk tale, and if these two are getting you wrapped up in something that you should not be focusing on, that is their own problem. We will figure out what she is telling you and what she is trying to show you, but no one goes in that room. Thank the gods you were not seen.
I'm sorry.
The meeting with the Crown has been moved again with the academics, so if anything else useful comes up, I may be able to use that to get our standing better. But I'll need it quickly. I will try to find out what I can, but be careful. These things are not to be trifled with. It is getting late, I have to go. He stands up from the desk.
I'm sorry.
Do not talk about this with people who you cannot trust with it. I will most likely see you tomorrow. And he walks out of the office. You hear the outer door to the annex open and close softly.
She stays there for a little bit longer, kind of collecting herself, mentally and verbally berating herself. And after a while, packs her files back in the drawer and kind of clears the calendar off and puts it all away. And eventually she gathers her items and she blows out the candles and she leaves, closing the door and locking it behind herself.
You make your way back out through the main gates and into the quiet, darkened city, and eventually make your way back further into the night, still occasionally keeping check of the shadows around you, though you are somewhat distracted. As the night continues on, I think that is where we will end this session.
Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky! When I catch you, Ricky!
Okay, I'm going to stop the music, and then we'll do our little outro, and then I think that will end us for the night. So, turn that music off. Do I still have the wind on? I think I still had the wind on that entire time, but it's fine. Yeah, that took quite a while. I apologize for how long that session was, but you guys took it in an interesting direction, and I was fucking living for it. So.
He was actively gaslighting her as that conversation was happening.
That was ridiculous. That was the most atrocious form of gaslighting I've ever seen in my goddamn life.
Listen, we're a
Yeah,
bunch of
you
big,
grew up with
we're-
your mother.
But it was so like weirdly subtle. That comment, nothing, meant nothing. It was just so true. I couldn't even laugh at it. What were you
Alright.
saying, Tyler?
we're a bunch of Victor haters in this household.
I love him.
Yeehaw.
Good shot.
Okay. I'm gonna turn the
Bro,
stream off now
Yeah.
because I think there's probably something that we can put on the sticker board for this. But again, thank you for our one viewer.
The realist.
Same one.
And we'll be back, I think, again next week, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I'm so tired now.